The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is December the 29th, 2022. I know I'm running about, 20, 30 minutes late or whatever, but it is what it is. I'm here now, and I'm here to entertain you guys and provide you with information if I can and give you a couple of my opinions. But the first thing I want to do is invite you to go to talkrealsolutions.com, and like always, on there you'll find the 3-point plan to black empowerment and financial freedom. It has 3 points. The first point is to get together with like-minded people. The next point is to stop all unnecessary spending and save your money. The third point is, as a unit, invest or save your money in a verified and trusted institution. A great goal would be for you to open a black-owned business. And right above the 3-point plan, you have a link to African-American-owned banks and African-American-owned credit unions. We could all start moving our money to these institutions to start practicing group economics today, and check out the rest of the links and articles on the website. That's where we get the news stories from, and periodically I'll post extra articles up there. So if you're interested in the website, subscribe to the website, like the website, or just browse it. I don't I'm not funded in any type of way by any of this stuff. It's just free info and free access that I've gotten to, I'm gonna say, a wrongful habit of doing, but I enjoy it. Leaving the website up, having a YouTube channel, and being able to come on here and communicate and have people interact. So you can just peruse the website or whatever if you want to. I ain't updated it in forever. I need to start working on it, but it's there. You guys can check it out if you want to, and that's where we're getting the articles from. All right, tonight, once again, last night I called in here and I thought it was Thursday. That's why I was on here last night. I don't know. My days got thrown off with these holidays, but it wasn't Thursday. Obviously, it was Wednesday, and we still had a all right conversation. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. And tonight, once again, because it is the holidays, people are busy. You got me again alone, solo, giving you what's on my mind, and just sharing thoughts with you and inviting you to call in. And if you do want to call in, the number to call is 717-908-1834. I know you guys want somewhere to hang out, and that's what I try to, open the mics and do after I get through running my mouth. Or you can call in early. I don't care. What's up, MJ? It is what it is. I always pick on my resident dummies. ABC and Sarge. Because the reason that I do that, I know a lot of people say, well, you always talking about those guys. You always talk about those guys. But I found out, being on social media, it's best to be safe. Sarge and ABC, I can pick on them. I can punch them around. And they go back and forth with me, and they talk crap about me. But if you start talking about these other people on social media, all kinds of things that happen to you, because there is a lot to talk about. There's a lot of people on social media that's batshit crazy, especially in the Black conscious community. And, once you start, calling those guys out, it's not the guys themselves that troll you. It's their fucking groupie ass followers. It's their groupie ass followers that get so pissed off, and next thing you know, they're all up in on your personal, trying to email you and call you on the phone and send pizzas to your house and all that kind of bullshit. I ain't got no time for that, you know. So that's why I usually pick on those two guys, and I hope they don't mind that I pick on them. But they are dummies. That's the real thing. So that's why I kind of focus on them. You know, even like some people that call in here, you know, if I start, you know, dogging them or whatever, they'll get all sensitive and then they'll want to cry and say, "Well, you was talking about me," and all of that kind of shit. I ain't got no time for that. And that's what happens over the years. Then and you learn from it. You learn from it that you talk too much shit to somebody, then they get all pissed off and mad and start doing stupid shit. You know. As you guys know, the reason that ABC ain't doing no show no more is because there's actually somebody that flags his channels, flags his shows, you know, which is some bullshit, you know. And that's how sensitive these people get, you know. At one point in time, we was borderline getting 3 strikes and the channel would have been gone. So those strikes went away. I'll share this while I'm talking to you so you can see my dashboard, I guess. Those strikes went away. And as you can see on the screen, I got another strike that was on a show from ABC that was in 2021. And that's the last strike that I got, and it don't go away until February. It expires in February 26th. You know, it shows you when I got the strike, and I don't know why I'm getting all these damn strikes. You know, I know ABC's an idiot, but I mean, come on. And the reason that I say it's got to be somebody in their feelings is because Talk Real Solutions ain't even a big YouTube channel, you know? So it's got to be somebody that's familiar with this platform that calls over here or listens, gets pissed off with ABC, and then flag his fucking shit. Even though the shit that he been saying is stupid. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's not. ABC is one of the dumbest. I ain't gonna talk about that, man. But somebody listens to the shows, and then they hear ABC, you know, believing in spirits and we are spirits and coronavirus and Dr. Fauci and whatever he be saying, and then they get mad and then they flag the show, and then that puts the channel in jeopardy. That's what I'm trying to get around to. Is I'm trying to protect, you know, have this around so people can call in and listen. Now ABC does still continue to do shows on the free conference call. He calls in there on Saturday night at the same time and actually you know, does what he do with that dumb shit. Who's this unknown caller? Who is it? Hello?
Yo, what are you ranting about, Tyrone? What's going on?
Nothing, man. I just started up and I ain't really got no topic or nothing. Who this Ant?
You're breaking up, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, this Ant.
Did you got another strike on it?
No. I was explaining to people why, you know, ABC ain't over here no more. Or well, he's still here. He's just on the conference call. But I was talking about how people get sensitive and start striking the channels and stuff like that. You know, and I was explaining that's why we changed a little bit on who's calls in and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What you got on your mind, man? What you up to?
I'm watching the game right now. I was wanting to get in while we were on break, but good. I'm listening in, man. I just don't like being on mute. Goddamn
it. Whatever, man. All right, I got you. But yeah, so that's what's going on, guys, with the channel, and it's nothing that's changed. Like I said, I'm not going to go anywhere until I see that nobody participates on the platform. And once nobody start participating, and I'm talking to myself, then you know that's when I'll pull back a little bit. But other than that, I'll still keep coming on and I still keep insisting on, talking and give you my opinions and stuff. And so you seen me change over the years. Go from the religious topics. Then I started, kind of banging on the Black conscious community. And each one of those areas touches people a different way. They get all sensitive and shit and start crying and want to do things to you because they got their guys like Umar Johnson and Boyce Watkins, and they got their Buddhas and
I mean, I'll admit I'm guilty of that though.
yeah,
Because people do be doing.
uh-huh.
Sometimes people do a little bit too much on here, man. Where they get personal, start talking about the kids, your mother.
Yeah,
That's like personal, man. And it's all games until a nigga want to pull up now. Like niggas doing too much. Like no, like dude, I'm a human. You're a human. I'm a human, bro. That's just a human reaction. Like if you see me on the streets, if you're not gonna approach me like that in the streets, don't do it like that on here.
Right.
Like people be doing too much, man.
Well, yeah, that's why I pull back.
Channel,
I pull back from doing that a lot. Like I said, unless it's somebody that can take it on the chin and we joke about it and all that kind of stuff. That's the only time I do that stuff. But I understand people get offended. Because we are on a live broadcast and there's a sense of embarrassment over these airways and people want to, stand up for themselves. And but we still got people that want to do that. That's gonna flex their muscles on their telephone, and they ain't gonna bust a damn grape because they're just talking shit. But I try,
right.
and I pull away from them conversations.
You breaking up bad though, bro.
I'm breaking up. Let me see. I got my Blue Yeti.
Yeah, but there's a great example of that though. Like, why not to play with people, bro? Just because you're here and I'm there, not even trying to start nothing. I'm just putting it out there because you brought it up. Get the ball out, Dak. Come on, man. The dude who messed up Nipsey Hussle's mural. The dude, they was real mad behind that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Little, not trying to take it there and that, but it's just a good example of you don't believe it until you see it, until it's right up on you. Like you just can't play with people like that, bruh. Like the dude who did it or was associated with one of the dudes, they ended up killing him in his car.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but niggas don't really take it serious until it is. Like, so that.
Well, yeah, I mean, people got different opinions about Nipsey Hussle and all that kind of stuff. Just like you. Uh-huh. Just like you, I remember getting into a back and forth with you about
what are we doing? My bad, Tyrone. You got it, bro. I'm watching this game, man.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put you on mute, nigga. I'll open your mic in a minute. All right, so Ant brought up a couple of good points. People do get sensitive about stuff. I remember talking to him a little bit about Tupac. And I was picking on him. But, he would take it, a certain way and all that kind of stuff. And I realized that, I probably don't need to push that button no more about Tupac with him. Even though I was joking, I ain't mean no harm about it. I like Tupac. I think, my wife is, somewhere down the line, my ex-wife is related to him. But, on the air, you just get this mentality like you're joking and you're kidding around and all that kind of stuff. And people take that stuff seriously. Who's this unknown caller here?
Going on, man?
What's up, Jay? I ain't got no topic, man. I'm just running off at the mouth right now.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't get sensitive over Tupac. You get sensitive for whatever you want. But I think the whole what you was talking about specifically in that was more of if he's alive, and I mean,
people want to mock you.
I don't think that there should be an argument or fight. Or people get emotional about, well, he's alive, and no, he's not. And they're going to fight over if he's alive or not when we know that the man is dead? I mean, come on. That type of shit is bullshit.
Well, no, I was saying, hold on, let me put it in
perspective. It's not you specific, man. No, hold on. I'm saying in general.
There's a lot of evidence out there.
And there's other people. It's not even you. It's other people that will get into that type of shit on some deeper shit. And not even what you saying. We go back and forth and all that other shit. But I'm saying there's people that go deeper than that. Like, and they to the core. I mean, what we talking about on a Pac situation is not a personal thing. Some people take it personal, but I don't think. I'm saying that people would take it deeper than that, deeper than what you even say. Like, oh, you know, they get emotional, seriously about it.
People got to realize though, bro. Like what happened in that the MGM Grand, like they got at some notorious Crips, man. So this nigga in the hospital, paranoid, all like, dude, like it's plausible, bro. Like he could be dead, but like there's a chance that he actually got away because niggas was trying to kill him. And then he got like, I'm just saying, the shit they put out there to make you question it, though, man.
Yeah, but my point, my angle with this whole conversation is that I understood that stuff was kind of close to you, so I had to back away from picking on you about that, and that's all.
I don't get emotional about that though, bro. Not about that. When you talk about my kids or anybody that's close to me, like that's when it get personal. Other than that, bro, I don't get mad and want to pull up on you behind a Tupac discussion.
No, the way that I would do it, Anthony, now think about it. You would say something, and I would make fun of it. I would make fun of it, and then you like, man, and then I would keep making fun of it. That's the type of anger that I'm talking about. Not nothing personal, just because I guess the nature of who I am and being pickified or whatever, And I know that makes people want to damn act crazy, so I cut that out. Is my point. That's what I'm trying to say. Is I don't do that as much. Except for with like Sarge or ABC or something like that,
No, with me, I'm good.
There's only one person on here I wanted to celebrity fight, and I told her it was legitimate. It was on the boxing ring. It wasn't violence upon somebody on some other shit. And it's your boy. You know what I'm saying? Another bad conspiracy. And we would have loved to do that shit for some charity, but I know he's a coward anyway. So
who you talking about? ABC?
Yeah.
Everybody hates ABC, man.
A celebrity. Even, you know what? Not even that, because I don't think he would even have the balls to go into the ring to do something for charity, for his conspiracy charity. But I'll tell you this. Do something for the community. I challenge you. Forget about the violent act of an interaction in boxing in a legitimate way. How about this? Do something of all this shit that you've been talking and show the result of it. I challenge you on that. Fuck the talking tough shit. This is talking tough. Do something that shows your work and all the bullshit you've been talking. That's all. I'll leave it there.
Well, but that people like that and others, man, he ain't the only one. They're all into this conspiracy, man, and all of that, and it's like a religion to those guys. They faithfully believe it, and so when somebody like you say something opposite, they're not going to take your word, and they're going to run up and try to defend whatever they're saying, and then be offensive while they're doing it. Unknown caller, who's on the line?
Hey, I want to know, what is JNYC for? That's all.
Say what now? What'd you say?
Huh?
What'd you say?
What is JNYC doing for the community? That's all I want to know. What are you doing?
Well, maybe he can answer you.
I'm existing. How about that?
So you ain't doing shit. That's what you're saying, right?
I'm trying to counsel your dumb ass right now. What's wrong with you? I'm giving my services right now to you, you dummy. But go ahead.
You see, and Greg, it's good you call in, because you're the perfect example of what I try to get away from when it comes to these controversies and back and forth. You don't care. You just.
I'm just trying. He's always talking shit, and he's not doing nothing but sitting on his black ass. He's not.
See, it's that shit right there.
What I've done, I don't even gotta tell you. But
you ain't doing shit. You're doing.
I'm not gonna get no cool points with you. But neither do I want any. And what I'll do is I'll do it because I want to do it, and that's it. That's it. I don't gotta prove nothing to you.
But it's that immature mentality that Greg called in with, and there's a time and place for that, But I used to do it all the time, and this guy's, I think you the same age as I am. And he can't learn. He won't grow the fuck up. He keep doing the shit over and over again. I understand you bored at home, Greg, and Your wife probably at yoga class or something. So, you know,
Greg got to admit, he know he be doing too much. That nigga was talking about running up in mama's boy. Not running up on him, but running up in him, dog.
What?
And he repeated this. Yeah, like he said the shit one night. He came back on here last night and said he want to run up in mama's boy on some gay shit.
Talking about,
come on, man.
Greg, what was that about?
Same guy. Anthony was talking about putting hands on mama's boy, throwing him on the freeway. He talked about having sex with his mother. So I don't know what.
I didn't say anything about having sex with his mother. I didn't say all that.
Okay, but I'm trying to get this. I'm trying to get this straight. You was talking about having sex with mama's boy, Greg?
No, this guy. I don't know what Anthony's talking. He's delusional tonight. I'm making.
Jay, am I lying, Jay?
No, coming from a guy that drives butt naked around California looking for women.
What the hell y'all be talking about, man? What kind of crazy man is that?
Hey, listen, I didn't make it up. You could see the horse is right there. Because he ain't no lying. The horse is right there. Hear from his mouth.
Well, Greg,
I was saying about, you know, this is what we'll do. I was saying, you know, you have a girlfriend or wife, maybe spice it up by having a little fun with them. That's all.
No, but this is what we're gonna do because we need to clear this up, Greg. Is that you need to explain about this what Anthony heard about
riding dirty, riding naked while in Cali.
I said, I talked about that before. That's old news, man. But Anthony was talking about putting hands on people, throwing people on I-10. I mean, he's getting real violent like last week, which he probably won't want to talk about, you know.
I mean, I already explained why, like, dude, like, you bring up my kids, my woman, my mother.
What are you talking about?
You talking shit about it, dude? Hell yeah, I would get real personal with it. But I'll never talk about running up in another nigga, though.
That's what I'm talking about, Greg. What is he talking about whenever he said you said that? What was you trying to say? I'm trying to give you a chance to.
You said it twice. I said it twice. Like he wanted to screw mama's boy, literally.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Come on, Greg. Come on, don't bullshit.
No.
He said, wait a minute, Anthony.
Come on, bro.
Wait a minute, he said it last night.
Don't make him bring out the archive.
No. I don't know what he's talking about. Hold
on, Greg. Does he got to bring the audio?
Wait a minute, Greg.
Yeah, bring up the audio.
Did he say it last night?
Yeah.
Last night?
Yeah. Yep.
I said it last night.
Oh, now you say you said it. Oh, now you got mixed coming out. It's like you in court. It's like the police said, listen, look at this audio. You see, whose voice is that? Oh, yeah, that's me.
It's ridiculous. Only I know.
What was you?
Killing my
so you don't? Oh, you saying you don't remember?
I'm saying.
He just admitted he said it last night.
You saying you don't remember?
Why you I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Oh, let me see if I can. I'm gonna try to.
This homosexual. I'm not with this homosexuality. So
you just got to keep telling it.
Next fucking wave of energy, man.
Clearly, I'm telling you, I don't have to agree with your premise. That's what you don't get to your.
You don't have to agree with it, but you're going to shut the fuck up and let me get it out. Whenever it comes to America and Christian culture.
What I'm saying is,
you
go with them pigeons leave on the ground.
You can be messed up, man.
Let's see if I can get to the
point. That's the problem, baby mama's boy. You didn't have a dad growing up, and you're pissed. Baby mama's baby mama's been out of control. You don't like hearing men talk with authority.
I don't like hearing your dumb ass talk to your mama. Anytime I hear a crack in their mouth, my foot is going in there.
As an opinion,
so
black man talking with authority, it bothers you greatly, baby mama's boy. You don't like it because you didn't have a dad growing up.
Crack and talk in my life, and you just another one that I don't want to hear fucking talk. You hairy back piece of shit. That's the reason.
You had a mama only growing up. You don't like you're a black man.
You a fucking white boy.
It bothers you. You don't like it.
George Jefferson used to say, "You a fucking shit up, nigga."
Ain't gonna be no overtime when I get to you. Ain't gonna be no overtime. I'm going right to your ass.
Mama's boy, I think he like.
Well, I don't know. I can't get to the part. But so during that conversation, you don't think you said anything like that, Greg?
You can ask mama's boy, man.
Well, that's weird.
Look, you rolled the tape. You rolled the tape. I didn't hear nothing.
No,
Okay, well, I'm not going to go back and listen to every second
you
because it
just
would take up a
admitted,
whole
yeah,
lot of
I
time.
said it yesterday. You just admitted a couple of minutes ago. You just said, yesterday. I said it yesterday. Then you jumped back to, no, I didn't say, come on, bro.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure.
What do you
I'm going to
mean
give you
by
the
that?
benefit of the doubt, man. I don't think that's what you mean.
That audio's there. It's there.
It's there.
I don't know what Anthony's talking about. Maybe he was drunk
and when he brings the audio, are you gonna know? When he brings the audio up, are you gonna remember?
You said you wanted to run up in Mama's boy, bro.
That's crazy.
What's wrong with you?
I guess
man?
Greg don't
Mama's
remember
boy
saying it.
probably
So you know how
don't
Greg sometimes you be in a conversation and you be in the heat of the conversation and you say stuff you probably don't recall.
Yeah, no, he said it a couple of times.
Oh my
And
goodness.
he was drunk last night because he was burping like Homer Simpson. I think it was gone. I don't know. Maybe he don't remember.
That rum, the truth was coming out, huh?
Anthony's in here dry snitching like he always does. You know, I don't know why.
With homosexuality, bro.
I did. You know, he threatened to put hands on people and kill people, which that's what you need to investigate.
Who
Mr.
said that?
Tyrone Thompson. Anthony, he threatened to kill somebody. He threatened to kill.
Okay.
Did you not threaten to kill somebody?
Okay, hold on. All of y'all, hold on right now. Hold on right now.
Regardless.
Okay, hold on.
Even with their manhood intact.
Okay, all of y'all hold on for 1 second. Listen.
I would rather run up on a nigga than run up in a nigga.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. We're on YouTube Live, and we don't need to be talking about communicating any threats or anything like that. So if that was said, it was said in the conference call and not on YouTube, Greg. So I can't.
Right.
For entertainment purposes only.
That's all. Niggas just need to learn how to chill and pull back a little bit. Bro, I got shit to lose, to be honest. I get hot-headed, but then I pull back later on. But, you know, in the moment, it's just on some personal shit, I don't know what would happen. But if I got time to think about it, I'll be good. But
I want to, you know what, I want an apology for Anthony for that slander that he said about me.
Nobody's going to apologize.
Give me an apology.
So stop that.
That's not
all right, Anthony.
It's not who
look, you guys roll the tape. Look, you rolled the tape on me. Nothing came up. So Anthony, I want you to apologize, man.
That was a portion.
Greg, listen. I played the tape, but I'm not going to play the entire conversation because it would take too long to go through it. And if you want me to be off the air and go listen to it, I can and pull it up. If that's what you want, I'll play it every night for you. If you said it,
go to where
that don't mean that you didn't say it.
Go to where him and Mama's boy interacted.
That's where I was, but they was going back and forth so long, I didn't want to play it the whole time.
It's gonna pop up.
You want me to play it again?
When
I'll play it again for you.
When he don't ever respond.
Hey, I want an apology from Anthony. I demand an apology, slander and lies. You know.
Come on.
And
I'm not built like that.
For slandering me.
I wouldn't make it.
And defamation of character. Slander. What?
Greg, if you genuinely don't remember that, bro, you need to slow down, bro.
I'm saying I didn't say it. But look, you got to. You know what? Here's what I remember. You talking about putting hands on people and throwing them on I-5 in wheelchairs. That I heard.
I'm admitting that, though. But you're lying. Like this.
Did you not say you were going to throw an elderly woman on Interstate 10 and put hands? What?
Greg, let's talk about. Let's see if we can get you focused. Let's talk about.
I ain't focused. I want him to apologize for making a slanderous statement.
You gossip like a little bitch.
Well, I apologize, man. You're gonna make me pull it up and give Tyrone a timestamp.
Let's talk about. Let's talk about family values and whatever the hell you.
No, I already told you where I stand on that shit, dude. Come on, get off this.
You manosphere guys be
you Southern Black Geechee. I told you where I stood on this. All right.
See, you always have to. You try to make. I'm trying to be a changed man, Greg. You want to drag me back down that rabbit hole.
You already fucking at the bottom, nigga. I'm taking you where you go. Shit. God damn, Clippers are losing to the Celtics.
Just what kind of game y'all looking at? I don't watch sports. Anthony watching the game and you.
I'm watching the Clippers,
Cowboys.
What is it? Football?
I'm watching the. To be honest,
Yeah.
Cowboys, Titans, Texas, Washington. I'm watching the Clipper game.
Real quick.
All right, we cool, Anthony, man. Just don't lie on me again about some homosexuality shit.
Greg, now you're gonna make me go look for it now because I'm pretty sure Anthony didn't lie about what you said.
I just remember him threatening to kill someone, put hands on. You don't know me, bro. I'll do this. Basically said he would kill, and then he threatened to kill an elderly woman.
Why do you continue to go down this path? And I just done told you that. You
because homeboy brings up something that I said, and he can't.
Okay, how about this right here? Lick your damn wounds. Whenever you're talking about communicating a threat, we're gonna move past that subject. Do you understand that? I mean, I know you all in your feelings and you upset. Shit, just calm down.
I would never threaten that. Damn. He's trying to paint a narrative.
Throw him on Interstate 10 and kill him and put hands. You don't know me. I'll put hands on you.
Greg, do you want to stay on the line? Are you hearing what I'm saying? We're on YouTube. When you're talking about communicating the threat, you need to kill that fucking language. I know you used to call and talk real solutions saying whatever the hell you want to, but we getting flagged now. We getting strikes, and I don't need that shit. So I don't care if you and Anthony had this conversation in the free conference call. I don't give a shit what y'all do over there, but you're not going to talk about it here. Do you understand that? Am I clear now?
Look, I'm done with it.
Okay, then. Goddamn.
Let's just drop this, okay?
That's what the fuck I said 10 minutes ago.
It's just that it didn't happen, Tyrone. Never untrue. Let's just drop it.
God damn. Anyway,
I'm ready for 20. Huh? You got it? You got it?
All right. Well, anyway, this what Greg just displayed is the type of shit that I was talking about that I don't like to get involved in. This old sensitive ass black men on social media crying and yelling about their feelings hurt and all that kind of stuff. I mean, we got to move beyond that. And then not speaking to Greg, huh?
No, I haven't. Look, when you say bashing, to me, it's just like I have a personal opinion about certain things. It's not bashing. If I tell my son to go clean up his room because it's messy, which it is, or that's not bashing. I'm trying to improve a situation. That's all, dude. It's not bashing to me. It's voicing my opinion. That's all. But you consider it bashing. I don't understand how you consider things when I'm trying. To me, it's constructive criticism. Things with the black things I do black community. And when I drive through Baltimore, I'm driving through DC, there's things I just don't like seeing there. Or, in Gary, Indiana, or I'm in New Orleans, or I'm in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, or Carson. Carson has a high crime rate too. These things I don't like, man. It's not bashing. It's constructive criticism. Get that through your black southern fucking greasy head, Tyrone.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so my point. Okay, are you done now? Are you done?
Yo,
I'm in a good mood. You guys trying to fuck me up,
I guess
man.
you dropped off.
Yeah.
But
no, man, I wouldn't make that. I wouldn't make that up, bro. I'm not built like that, man.
You did make it up. He put it on tape, and he put me on tape saying some homo shit, threatening to take a life.
Okay, Greg, if I find it, I'm gonna make it the introduction to every show now.
Huh?
Damn.
What's that?
If I find you say you want to run up in Mama's boy, I'm gonna make it the intro to every show. So
find it, man.
Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for.
Let's find it, man.
I'm gonna play it just like I play that ABC Spirit shit.
And you find Tony threatening to kill an elderly woman, threatening to put hands on people.
What is wrong with
he
you?
He made at least 7 threats.
You about like ABC with this dumb shit.
That didn't happen.
Yo, that's not even funny for comedy. Chill out. Even though I
what
know
do you
you're
mean?
saying that
He did these things. He threatened to take a.
He just told you he's on YouTube.
He threatened Mama's boy's mother to throw an ice can on.
What's wrong with you?
That didn't happen.
He just lose. I don't know what the fuck wrong with Greg. He likes talking about hurting and harming people on his phone. And just chill out. Good Lord.
You shouldn't even be joking like that. Don't joke.
Let's just move on, man. Let's just move on.
He he making shit up.
Let's talk about Santos.
I didn't bring no
Sarge ran
women
out over here with Santos. Santos in hot water and Sarge weren't running.
Well, yeah.
You guys celebrate Kwanzaa?
Huh?
Kwanzaa? You do celebrate Kwanzaa down there?
I mean,
Kwanzaa.
That's a personal thing for people.
It's a question. Is it celebrated down there in South Carolina?
And what I'm trying to say to you is if a family wants to celebrate it, they'll celebrate it. It's celebrated all over the United States. As a matter of fact, I think it's international holiday for black people. And whatever family wants to celebrate it, they celebrate it. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people in the South celebrating Kwanzaa. Okay?
Oh, I was asking about the Palmetto State, right?
Huh?
Is that where you hail? The Palmetto State?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's a palmetto? Palm? What is it?
It's a palm tree. You ever seen a palm tree?
Okay.
Palmetto.
Well, there's all kinds. There's kinds of dates, but I never heard of a palmetto. That's just coming.
What is your point?
Oh, just saying to celebrate Kwanzaa.
Yes.
Starting to kick off quite a bit.
Okay. Yes. Now what? Why is your phone going in and out?
Huh?
Why is your phone going in and out?
Oh, I'm trying to cook some French fries. My son likes me when I do them by hand.
Didn't you say you on the East Coast in Baltimore?
Yeah.
And it's 10 o'clock at night
Yeah.
and you fixing French fries?
Yeah, I'm hungry. Why?
It's 10 o'clock at night, nigga.
Yeah, it's 9:56.
You should have
I
ate
can't
already.
eat. What, nigga? It's a law says a nigga can't eat at fucking 10 o'clock at night?
Nah, that
Wow.
greasy shit. And you my age too. You gonna be clogged up.
Tyrone, man, you're starting to go senile, bro. You really are. I don't know what's wrong with you, man.
Well, eat your fries.
Well,
Eat your fries.
you've been getting angry lately, bro.
Eat your French fries.
Yeah.
Eat like some raisin bran or some Cheerios.
Tyrone, mute that troll.
I'm kind of an owl anyway. I've always been kind of an owl.
Call in ABC. Jay New York on the line. He said he wants to, go into the new year with a New Year's revolution, and y'all gonna shake hands and be friends and stuff.
Who?
ABC in the chat.
Man, Mama's boy is dumb. I don't know why he even comes on the show.
Why do you got Mama's boy name in your mouth?
Because I don't like the dude, man.
Oh.
Huh?
I'm gonna find that audio now where you said you want to run up in Mama's boy.
Find the one also where Anthony was making threats. Okay, you find both. You find that too. Can you do that?
I want to hear what you say about running up in people. That just don't seem right. that ain't
all right, go ahead and find it. Find it. Come back and holler at me.
Something ain't right. Something ain't right with that.
What? But if I did, I mean, it's not against the law, is it? Well, it's legal.
Okay, so we need to understand the complete. Now, I muted you because I want to make sure that I emphasize what you just said, and it's on audio. He said if he did talk about running up in men, it's not against the law. Trying to justify his comment about running up in men. Well, no, Greg, it's not against the law, but as a grown-ass married man, you should not be publicly saying that you're going to run up in other men, okay? Your mic back open. You hear me? Well, I guess...
I hear you. I hear you, Tyrone.
So it's not against the law.
It's not against the law. It's not against the law.
No, it's not against the law. So you free to say...
Well, maybe in South Carolina. I think sodomy is against the law in a few southern states. Georgia, I think it's against the law.
So you free to say whatever you want and do whatever you want to do in this country, Greg. So if that's what you want to do, is run up in other men.
No, I have a wife. I've got 3 sons. I'm not a homosexual.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm not. I always wonder about you, Tyrone.
But at least you admitted it.
When they talk about,
yeah, he did.
When they talk about, what? I think I was false spot for that shit, Tyrone.
Huh?
I'm always suspect about you. About about that shit. Because when they bring up, like, gay shit, you always have a soft spot for that shit. I always notice that about you.
I always got a soft spot for it. I don't have no soft
Yeah,
spot
you don't
for
seem
it.
to that hard on it.
No, what happens is I speak against like hate and all that
And
kind of stuff and discrimination.
And home.
Your phone's still going out,
Stand
but
on
I don't. It's not that I have a soft spot. I have a I like to point out when somebody's discriminating or hating on another group. So if that's you,
why?
Because I mean, fuck. Why the fuck would you discriminate and try to push that shit?
Well, okay. Say if you had a kid in school, and there was a teacher at my son's school, and I thought the guy was gay. He had really effeminate, tendencies. Well, my son wasn't in class. They were doing the online shit. They were doing the online shit in Maryland, and the guy was real effeminate kind of guy. Played with his hair and shit. And, I don't know if that's appropriate to have like a male gay teacher teaching kids. I don't know. I just don't think that's right.
Okay, let me speak to that, and please don't cut me off. I'm thinking in your situation, what you just described, you should be concerned about if your child got the lesson that he was being taught. That should be more your concern as a parent, don't you think?
I'm not concerned. I have a concern. Like he's gay. I don't want my kid around a gay male teacher. Okay, have you ever got a massage or like? What do you really want a man doing like a massage? Because I get aches and bones from working, and I go get a massage sometimes, and I don't want some dude touching me. I want a female, cracking my bones and my ribs and shit, and doing deep tissue massages. I don't want no dude doing it.
Okay, so let me respond to this crazy shit that you said. But you went from assuming that your teacher's your son's teacher is a gay man to talking about massages. Now, one don't have anything.
He's not his teacher.
Okay, why do you and Sarge don't let me talk? Let me finish with what the fuck I'm saying. I'll let you say that stupid ass shit. So anyway, you went from your teacher your son having a gay teacher, and then somehow or another you put yourself in the scene as getting a massage from a man. One don't have anything to do with the other. With your son's having a gay teacher, all I was saying is what you should be concerned about as a parent is if your son is learning a lesson. Whether you want men rubbing on you or not, I don't even want to be involved in that conversation, Greg. You just confusing shit. You get what I'm saying? You done went from your son's teacher to you getting massages from men. What the fuck?
I'm saying, so you don't have a problem with getting a massage from a man?
That ain't got nothing to do with what we was talking about, brother.
I'm asking you a personal question. You have a problem with that?
Why do you want to know about me getting massages? What
because
the fuck is wrong with you?
Because I think you may have homosexual tendencies. I've always thought that about you. And you laugh. Once you start giggling.
Because you're the one that was on here saying that you're gonna run up in somebody, and then you got your son with a gay teacher, and then you talk about getting rubbed by men, and now all of a sudden you're trying to flip it on me. It's weird. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's the accusation that Tony made, which I'm denying. Unless you got some proof, you shouldn't be making these accusations, man. I don't know what Tony. I do know Tony was talking about committing homicide on your show. God. That is true statement.
It wasn't on the show, Greg. It was not on the show. Do you understand the difference?
Ask him, huh?
It wasn't on the show. It was on the conference call. There's a difference. This is the show. The conference call is something different. Do you understand that? Hello? See, and that's because you call over there.
Yeah, I get it, but he made it. He made it.
Well, I'm saying you call over there every night.
You're talking about putting hands on motherfuckers and shit.
You call over there every night with your lonely ass, ain't got shit to do. You need somebody to talk to. So you call the conference call every damn night. And then you get what you get. I mean, I don't know what the hell to tell you about that, brother. If that's your form of entertainment, you can have it. I ain't hating on you or nothing, but shit. Don't be bringing it over here.
All right, I'm asking a question, Tyrone. Are you gay?
No, I'm not.
And
gay.
The other question is, have you ever had a homosexual encounter with a male?
No and no.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you found that out. Now,
turn that question around on him, Tyrone. Same question.
well, answer the question, Greg.
Oh no, I'm straight. I've never done nothing with a man. But I don't know for gay people all the time. I noticed that.
I like I said, I don't. When I was younger, right, I had those same type of biases against different people, and like I'm talking about when I was in high school and stuff like that. And you learn, man, that those folks. I mean, even though they have a special sexual preference, they still human and they contribute to society, and they're getting discriminated against. So why would I add to that? You know, pain for a certain group of people. So I don't do that. You know, they got their own life they need to live. You know, it ain't even none of my business. But you guys get all worked up about homosexuality and shit for some reason. I think it's because y'all kind of envy them and y'all jealous. That's what I really think. If you listen to ABC talk about gay people, he be getting mad as shit. And I'm like, the only way you get mad like that about something is if you really envious of it or you really want it. I don't know. It's weird to watch people talk about gay people like that.
Well, with me, is pretty much how they try to push it on you, bro. Like you can be watching the show about birds, and somehow a nigga is gonna be kissing another nigga, and like how, like I don't know. That's my problem with it.
Well,
like
that's a good topic actually.
With your kids, and out of nowhere, you don't have time to change it. Gay shit just pop out of nowhere. Well, I don't have nothing against people personally, but it's just the agenda, man. Go ahead, my bad.
But that's a good topic actually, right? Because I started watching a lot of Netflix and a lot of these series, and every time you turn around, you know, you got some type of gay relationship going on. Even when in like Game of Thrones and all of these things, right? So what I'm saying though, whenever you say you get bothered when you see them kissing on TV, their stance is representation, right? So if you seeing a heterosexual couple kiss on TV, and I guess their stance is, you know, if a heterosexual couple can kiss, then why can't a gay couple kiss? It's like representation. It ain't. I don't think it's an agenda like you guys be saying. It's just
like, because a man kissing another man is bad. Like you can do your bad shit. Like bro, you're a grown man. You're a human. If you want to kiss on another man, that's your business. But that doesn't make it right. Like, no,
well, does it make it right for a heterosexual couple to kiss?
No, it doesn't. No, I mean, yeah, it does. That's natural.
Then. So why can't they kiss? If the heterosexual couple got rights, why can't they have rights?
Because dog, that's convincing the world that's making it that's creating normal.
Tyrone has a soft spot. Tyrone might be gay because he always has a spot. He always has a soft spot for this shit all the time. I think he's gay, Tyrone.
Okay, well, Greg, I'm not gay, but I was just trying to speak to Anthony's part about, you know, gay people kissing on television. It took a little bit for me to get used to too, but I was like, okay, well, shit, I get it because, you know, everybody else can do it. Why can't they do it? That's the attitude that I get. But here's my thing though: is if it's bothering people like that, then you're gonna have to ask yourself why. Do you feel threatened, like you're getting pressured into?
No. Let me ask you a question, Tyrone. Do you have a problem with two guys having sex? Would that bother you to look at? It bothers me.
I don't even want to think about that. That's you.
Just say no. Just say yes or no. It bothers you to look at it.
I don't watch two guys having sex. I don't know what the fuck.
Would that bother you? Would that to me? It would bother me to see it. But would it bother you?
Greg, listen to what I'm saying. I will never in my life be in the predicament wherever I'm at to see two guys having sex. Now, you just said it bothers you because you obviously seen it before. I have never seen two guys having sex. I'm not ever going to see two guys having sex. So it's not one of them things that I'm going to ever interact with. So if that's what you watch and you get bothered, stop watching it. That's the only thing I can say. Stop watching it, Greg. Goddamn.
I mean, if you know it's coming, but they be randomly putting that shit into place. Like,
no, man. I live in LA. You go to parks, sometimes you see guys fucking each other, sucking
I don't
dicks
never
and
see
shit
that.
in parks.
I've never seen that.
You go to a big city, you'll see it in the parks, okay, all the time.
You see two
Okay?
guys having
Guys
sex.
are fucking each other. You see it in the parks in big cities. You see it all the time now.
I'm asking you a question. You
see
see
it?
two guys out in public having sex. You see that?
I've seen it before, yeah.
Do you see two? Do you see a man and a woman out in the park having sex too?
I've seen that too. I've seen people take a shit in public. I mean, come on, man. I've seen all that.
Okay, well, Greg, listen to me, and you know I may be a little sheltered. I've never seen anybody take a shit in public. I've never seen a grown man and grown woman have sex in public, and I've never seen two guys having sex in public. I'm not ever going to put myself in that position. I mean,
move to New York or Chicago or somewhere, and you'll see guys fucking a lot in the parks. Okay.
And you get offended by that.
Not uncommon. Huh?
You get offended by that, huh? So I mean, how long do you? I'm serious now. I'm curious. Hey, what's up, ABC? Listen, I'm curious now. How long do you have to stare before you realize that there's two men having sex, and then you get?
I see well, when you see a sex act, you're gonna look if it's a girl and a guy. You're just natural. You're just gonna look. You can see two dogs fucking. You're gonna look, right? It's just weird to see. You see two people fucking. You're gonna look. And then you realize they're both guys, and it's just natural. You're gonna look at it.
Well, I don't know where the hell you live at. I don't know what kind of corners you hang around in.
Look, you're in South Carolina, dude. You need to get out of that little bullshit state.
No, I think I'm gonna stay here. I think I'm gonna stay here. If you walking around watching two men fuck,
go to Dallas.
I'm not going to. I don't
get out of that little fucking that hillbilly fucking Petticoat Junction, Green Acres ass state. Go somewhere. You'll see people. You see that kind of shit.
Well,
Women getting their ass beat in public, huh?
Okay, well, I don't think I ever want to be where you're at. Because I don't want to see people having sex in public. Who the fuck? Why would you even want to see that? I don't know.
You see that in Germany. When I was in Germany, people used to fuck in public. You know that.
Okay, well, you got a problem with your life and how you live, because now you're telling me that you see it in New York, and now you seen it in Germany.
Well, not in New York. I saw it in L.A. And I've seen it in Germany. I've seen it in a few other cities. Yeah, people fucking. Yeah, guys fucking each other. Dick. You see that kind of shit in bigger cities, dude.
Well, what I'm trying to say to you though,
you ain't been no fucking where,
Okay, well, I wish you wouldn't have cut me off, so I'm gonna have to mute you for a second. What I'm trying to say to you though, it seems like to me wherever you land in the world, you're where people are having sex in public. I don't know where you hang out at, but I don't think that that's a normal thing. And you're telling us that you've seen it in Germany, you've seen it in LA, and you've seen it in other places. So maybe it's where you hang out at. I've never seen people have sex in public, Greg. I just haven't. And I could be wrong. I could be, I've just never seen it. So you probably need to check where the fuck you hang out at, brother. I mean, have you ever seen it, Anthony? I could be wrong. I don't know.
Probably outside of the club, yeah.
You seen two guys doing it?
Riding down the road. I never saw a chick riding a dude going down the road. Like, God, man, what the hell?
Have you ever seen two guys having sex in public, Jay?
No. Hell no.
So what the hell is Greg?
Hell no. Not in public and not in private.
If I saw a dude getting his dick sucked by a woman, I'd be like, hey. I saw two gay niggas, I'm calling the police.
But see, I've never seen anything like that, and I don't know where Greg is at. All these places where he's seeing all this sexual shit going on. Sound like you live in a real life.
But you gotta remember, Greg is the one that be driving butt naked in his car in Cali.
Oh yeah, he do ride around butt naked.
He's used to that type of shit. But you think he's down with a community of people that do that?
Oh yeah, you do ride around butt naked, so the chances of you seeing two guys screwing is pretty high. Since you ride around butt naked in your car.
If I call Greg and his old man, I'm calling the police.
Well, that's probably why he riding around. That's probably why you riding around butt naked, looking for some guys to have sex with.
Wait, he really was riding around butt naked?
Yeah, ask him. That's what he said. He said that he get in his car in California and ride up and down the coastline butt naked. That's what he said. Now, if I'm lying, Greg, you can correct me. But that's what
a
he said.
black man would
Am I on? Am I on right now?
Yeah, you're on. When I get finished talking, brother, I have to do you like Sarge. When I get finished talking, I open your mic right back up. I just want to get what I got to say out. So I'm not leaving you on mute. I just want to say what I got to say. But yeah, tell Anthony about you riding around butt naked.
What? Am I on?
Yeah, you're on, man.
You can't be.
You're always muting me, man.
Doing that.
Fuck.
Black men don't do no shit.
You know, I told you, man, to spice it up.
So
crazy shit. Can't be black dude doing that.
Well, that kind of answered the question why you seeing guys have sex all the time, because you probably riding around looking for something.
I like to, you know what? I like to jog early in the morning. I like to run. You know, and you know, when you're early morning, you know, you're running. You just see weird shit sometimes, man.
Well, you know, so ABC. Hold on, ABC called in when we started talking about this man.
Chick behind the dumpster.
ABC called in when we started talking
That's
about
you,
this man.
because you're gay, Tyrone. You're homosexual. You know, I know it. Okay. You know.
I'm not a homosexual.
I've been on you for a while, and you know, and Mr. Solutions brought it up too, man.
Now that one we have to question.
That's just fucking. You're a fag. He knew it. I know it.
You have to question Mr. Solutions. I don't know about that one.
Let's just drop this shit. What you gonna do tomorrow, man? New Year's Eve or the day after tomorrow?
No, well, hold on, because ABC called in when we started talking about this man booty stuff. So I know he got an opinion because this kind of excites him. What you got to say about the gayness, ABC? You seen somebody fucking in public before, two men?
It's called boy pussy too. It's called boy pussy. Okay.
Go ahead, talk with your damn Boost Mobile on. Your line is open. I guess he ain't got shit to say.
You're in South Carolina, man. You know all these. You know what? When I was living in LA, all them weird motherfuckers were from like South Dakota. You know, because they got run out of there because they were gay. Mm-hmm. I met so many people from weird ass places and shit. They moved to big cities because they just don't, you know, they won't have it. They'll get run out of you know, the little towns in South Carolina or Texas. That's why they go to big cities. But most of them weirdos are from smaller states.
But listen, like for real though, like I understand what you said that like you don't want to see it and you get offended. But what is the threat of those people to you guys, man? Like what do you think that they're going to do?
I don't know. I don't like seeing the shit. Like you guys, like they got a commercial on right now. It's about that HIV drugs. Mm-hmm. There's two guys kissing. You seen that?
Oh yeah, now I seen that on the commercials about the HIV.
I don't like looking at that shit. I'm sitting with my son. We're watching a game, and he's gonna be asking me questions. Like, you know, he doesn't understand it, and then I gotta explain that shit to him all the time. You know, I get tired of that shit, man.
Well, I think that commercial is all right, and here's why. Because if those people are having sex and they're putting themselves at risk, they need a public service announcement to know that they can get medication and all.
Yeah, but not on TV like that.
What the fuck else you?
Not on prime time. With your kids, man. Then you guys.
What are they supposed to do? Send mailers?
I always tell my son. Huh?
My line ain't working. Laptop. You just got a cheap ass phone.
ABC?
He said his Boost Mobile ain't working. But nah, man, I get it, man. People need a public service announcement, and if it's putting their lives at risk, there ain't nothing wrong with those people having commercials, man.
7 p.m.
Huh?
It should be 5 o'clock on certain channels, man. It shouldn't be on maybe, you know, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean,
Greg, this is what you need to do. You need to go get you a gay friend to buy you a phone because your shit keep going in and out. Who's this unknown caller here?
Well, you're gay. You're a friend, right? Shit. So I'm good. I got that covered. So gay ass Tyrone.
Well, your phone keep going in and out. Who's this unknown caller here?
I got a question.
Yes, sir. Hey, how you doing tonight, man?
How you doing, man? It's all good, as the saying goes. See, I'm coming in late. I just been out in Covington, Georgia, teaching a bunch of women who have requested to learn how to use the AR-15 rifle.
Okay.
So I had 22 long rifled AR-15s to get them started. The next class is going to be shooting full power ammunition. So I got women, black women, learning how to exercise their Second Amendment rights, and they are in the
white women, right, Sarge? I bet they're white women.
Will you let me finish?
Hold on, Greg.
Who is indeed instructing them? God damn it! Can you let me finish 2 fucking sentences?
Calm down, nigga. You gonna burst the bloodlust in your son.
Sarge, I got him muted. See, Greg, that's why you get muted. So go ahead, Sarge.
God damn, man, I'm 2 cents. Can't you wait? I'm not as long-winded as anybody else here. Shit.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's where I've been. So I'm coming in late to the conversation. So my question for you is this. Is this a conversation or is it a bunch of degenerate colloquy? Which one is it?
I don't know. You know, it kind of went off the wheels there because Greg
kept I kind of suspected it might have. Yeah, well, let me hear it, man. Let me hear the rap. What is the gist of the conversation I'm supposed to know here?
I don't know. I got caught up on Greg saying that he keeps seeing men having sex in public, and I was trying to explain to him that I've never seen men having sex in public. But he claims that he get offended when he see people in public, men having sex in public. I've never seen that. Have you?
Well, when I was in the Army and some hookers came around when they were taking a break from doing maintenance on personnel carriers, I kind of saw it. Some guys, you know, they can't control themselves.
No, men with men. He said he see 2 men in.
Oh, no, I ain't never seen that poem. No.
So I don't know where they agree.
No, I ain't never seen that poem. No, never.
Greg, your mic back open now, but you can respond to that. And ain't nobody ever seen that, but you seem like on the line.
Well, you haven't seen it yet. You know, you know what's current? I've never seen a UFO, but a lot of people say they've seen them. So it is what it is, okay?
So how can you equate that? I mean, you making a claim that you're seeing 2 human beings having sex in public, right?
Yeah, I've seen that before. Hell yeah, I've seen it. Why not?
So your
side, fucking...
hold on. Wait, listen. Let me put it to you like this right here. So your homosexual sex of men sightings is as frequent as people see in UFOs. Is that what you're trying to say?
Years ago, I was kind of into jogging, and you know, I would go through parks because I'm in the flank. We had this Frank Lloyd Wright Park in L.A. And I just like to go through it and jog. And it's an interesting park. So you just see shit in the morning.
Well, wait a minute. We're not saying that men don't have sex in public ever, are we? Because I'm sure they are somewhere.
My claim is I've never seen it. I have never seen it.
Well, I ain't either, but I don't doubt that, especially these days, because, you know, degenerates are more emboldened today than ever before.
I hear you.
Why wouldn't they have sex in public?
Sarge, according to Tyrone, there's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, there's nothing wrong with having. Well, don't you think there's something wrong with heterosexuals having sex in public too? Because I've
never seen that either.
But ain't a bunch of those gays got busted in parks, in the bathrooms or in the bushes and shit?
Have you seen that, ABC?
No, I ain't seen it.
So what are you talking
about? The point of the matter is, if they're having sex in parks and they're in the bushes, they are making some sort of an attempt to conceal it, while at the same time having the excitement of potentially being caught in public. We're talking about people who want you to see it.
Well, the
Where
point
do
of
you
this
live,
conversation.
Tony?
Hold on,
Where
Greg.
you live, Tony?
Listen, the point of this conversation is only one person on the line right now have ever seen this in public, and everybody else is just assuming. Sound like I've never seen that.
Well, heterosexuals having sex in public, like ABC said, in the park, behind the bushes, behind the field house in the park, or something like that. Yeah, but they're not actually like in the middle of the park, wide open spaces. No, I ain't never seen nobody doing nothing like that.
But listen to what I'm saying though, because ABC, hold on, listen, because ABC just inserted that, right? Those little areas that he's heard that they had sex. You are now repeating what ABC said, and nobody has ever seen it except for Greg because he rides around naked in his car.
Well, in that sense, I suppose I've seen heterosexuals having sex in public. But I don't think that's that unusual. I suppose homosexuals do the same thing too.
Well, I guess they do, but I've never seen it. Greg said that he witnessed this stuff in California.
You live
He
in
witnessed
South
it in
Carolina,
Germany.
Tyrone.
Huh?
You don't live in Chicago. Okay, you don't live in the bigger city, Toronto.
I don't
You
know.
see that kind of shit all the time.
Well, you
Hey,
probably
Have you ever seen a
Tyrone,
go ahead.
Tyrone,
Let ABC go.
since you brought up the subject of the gay stuff, isn't the more pertinent question concerning those people as to this normalization of it in society, which you seem to support? I heard you talk a little bit earlier. You always talk in support of these people and what that's about. You don't have any concerns about how that impacts society.
No, because what Anthony was saying is that he see him kissing on TV and all that kind of stuff, and I was trying to explain to him that it's mostly about, and this is my opinion, probably about representation. Like, if you see heterosexual couples kissing on TV, ain't nobody got a problem with it. So gay couples will kiss on TV too and say, we want to be represented also. So I don't have a problem with these people doing
So how about this? How about this example? Like you said, they want to be represented, so it's okay for it to be on there. So how about grown men and little girls on TV kissing and making out and stuff because they want to be represented?
Okay, so check this out. You always equate gay activity and LGBTQ stuff with criminal behavior. And we was just talking about regular consenting adults relationships. I'm not talking about anything criminal. So if it's criminal, ABC, I don't agree with it. So if you're talking about children, no, I mean, come on, that's against the law, man. Who the fuck would agree with that?
So it's criminal right now because it's on the books, but you got these people out in the street. They're doing stuff like letting these kids decide if they want to be a boy or a girl or not. So what I'm saying is they're moving in the direction of giving these children who currently is criminal for an adult to be having sex with some 12-year-old kid. But they're doing stuff like giving these kids agency to decide themselves what they want to do about their sex. So if the law changes, you'll be okay with it. If the law changes, you'll be okay with it.
Listen to me. You're on the phone for 3 seconds and you immediately go to a conspiracy. We just agreed that it is criminal. It's criminal. So if we keep the line of the legal conversation about consenting adults, we're all right. But if we start reaching and saying, well, what if in the future the laws change? Hell, I mean, that could be anything. So I don't do the conspiracies. You want to talk about some made up future where they're going to decriminalize pedophilia. That's just not, I don't see that, ABC. My world ain't like that.
Okay. So
well, you ain't paying attention then, Tyrone.
Yeah. So then that's what I'm interested in. I don't care about, the gay stuff. They didn't legalize and all this shit. I still think it's sick that they got it all over TV and all this stuff. But I'm more concerned about what you just said. So the idea is you're against crime. Right. But if it's not criminal, you're not against whatever.
If you're of legal age, if you're a legal age and you're a consenting adult with no force, then that's what I'm talking about. Same thing with heterosexual relationship. If you're consenting adults, then you're consenting adults. So if you talk about if you talk about forced behavior, if you're talking about somebody holding somebody against their will or making somebody do something they don't want to do, that shit is criminal in my mind. So
so you said consenting age, so that can change, but you said adult too. So are you saying that your requirement includes that a person has to be of a certain age that we classify as adult, or is it simply of consenting age, whatever the legal statute says?
Well, I'll give you my standard, right? My standards is just like with any other heterosexual relationship. If you're 18-year-old and you got an 18-year-old boyfriend, if you're 18, 18 to 23, you guys can date. If you're 25 to 40 or something, you guys can date. If you're fucking 70 and 45, you guys can date. So it's the consenting age. I mean, because different states got different legal ages, like 13 and all that kind of stuff. I don't condone any of that shit.
Okay. So I think there's like Alabama or Arkansas, one of those southern states. The consenting age is like 16 or 15.
Yeah, that's too young for me. That's too young.
So, but it's consenting age though. It's legally consenting.
I told you my standard. In my opinion, with those ages, you're too young to be out there having sex with grown people. That's
So
my
this is what
opinion.
I'm saying. I agree with you. Like you said, that may be the legal thing, but you have your standard, right?
Hmm.
Well, it's the same with me. You know, it may be legal that these gays or they can get married and everything about them is equal to, and it ain't nothing wrong with it. It's legal and they're adult.
Hmm.
But my standard is that two men or two women is not the same as a man and a woman, and there's something that's perverted about that. And I don't mean in a disgusting way, but I'm saying that you got these two things that don't match up. It ain't supposed to fit together. Nature didn't put it together that way. So what you're doing is you're perverting nature. But that's my standard. Legally, you got it.
Hmm.
What you
So
said,
so, but
hey, legally, they got the legals.
your
So,
standard.
so, so,
Go ahead.
and the last thing, let me just say the last thing. What I'm saying with this is you recognize the legal standard with a consenting age of 16. You recognize that exists, but for you personally, you don't accept that as your personal standard. I'm telling you, it's the same with me. I recognize the legality of this whole homo stuff, and they got it all over stuff. This is what they're doing. But for my standard, that's perverted and twisted, the perversion of nature, and we shouldn't be endorsing it. That's my standard.
Okay,
So it's
but what you
the
did, what
same
you did
thing.
was just suppose children having sex with consenting adults having sex, and that's where we split ways. Because whenever you're adding the children and the child's age to this conversation, that's you're only doing that to justify your disgust or your hate for that group of people. And what I'm trying to tell you is that you are a heterosexual and you are in a heterosexual relationship. You having anything to say or an opinion about a gay relationship just seems odd to me because I don't think that you're gay. So you shouldn't have anything to say about a gay relationship. So that's where we split ways at, is that you got your nose all into something that you don't know nothing about, and you're coming out publicly speaking against that demographic. And not unless you do know something about gay people, which I'm not saying that you do, but they live their own life. They got their own plight. They have to do whatever the hell they have to do to survive on this planet, just like your heterosexual relationship. And you shouldn't get out here and try to speak anywhere against what they're doing, is my opinion.
I got a question for
issue.
you, Tyrone. I got a question. May I ask a question, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Do you think a state should be able to implement a law? I know what the Supreme Court has ruled, so I'm not bringing it up right now. Just asking you, do you think a state should be able to implement a law against sodomy? Yes or no?
No.
You don't?
No.
So why not?
Because people can do what they want to with their bodies.
No, they can't. Women can't be prostitutes in most places, with their own bodies, with consent.
But in some places they can.
So what is it with sodomy that you think the state shouldn't be allowed to institute laws against?
Okay, but let's be clear about the prostitution thing. In some places they can be prostitutes. So
where? There's two. There's two in the United States. There's only two.
Okay, well those two
and
they
it's a
can.
county in Las Vegas. One of them's a county in Las Vegas, and another place I think in New Mexico. Two.
Okay, so hold on. That shoots down
So
your
I
point.
think the rest of the country that does have laws.
Is you gonna let me answer the goddamn question or what? That shoots down your point that you stated that women can't be prostitutes. They can be prostitutes. So that's just not true.
No. They're not legally allowed to be prostitutes.
Oh God, you just said there was two states, like there was two places.
Okay, I corrected it. So now respond in the light of my correction.
Okay, so if the government should not be able to tell you what to do with your body, no matter what you're doing with it. So whether it's sodomy or you piercing holes in your ears, they shouldn't be able to dictate what you do with your body. That's just.
I see. So people shouldn't have the right to institute certain laws through the legislature in a particular state. They all have to be uniform.
Okay, so let me ask you this right here, since you won't talk about sodomy.
Because like the right to keep and bear arms is literally an amendment in the Constitution.
We're not talking about that.
The right to be a prostitute is nowhere in the Constitution.
Okay, listen to what I'm asking you. Now be quiet and don't let me finish. So since you ask about sodomy, how does sodomy offend you personally?
look, I wouldn't live in a state that had anti-sodomy laws. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not. See, you make everything about me and me as an individual.
You just asked me a question personally, and I'm asking you one.
I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer the question by saying I'm not a good gauge of public opinion or public sentiment. I'm not a good gauge of what should or shouldn't be. I'm talking about why shouldn't a state, through its legislature and the will of its citizenry, be allowed to institute laws against sodomy?
Okay, so before we go any further, Sarge, you asked me, am I against it? And I answered your question. Now I'm asking you, why are you against it, and how does it offend you?
I didn't even say I was against it yet, did I? See, that's what you don't listen very carefully what I say.
Are you against it?
I'm asking you questions about whether or not a state should be able to institute anti-sodomy laws, and now you want to worry. And rather than strictly answer my question, why should they, other than this vague notion of you shouldn't be able to stop anybody from doing what they want to do with their body, which is not really an answer. You didn't turn the question to me, how does it offend me personally? And frankly, it actually doesn't.
Okay, so you don't have a problem with it then?
Yes, I do have a problem with it. I have a problem with the states not being allowed to institute anti-sodomy laws by ruling of a Supreme Court.
Okay,
that's what I have a problem with. Not the fact that they should or shouldn't, the fact that the Supreme Court has shut down the avenue.
Okay, so are you going to talk every time?
Now that you understand my principled opposition to it, I'd like you to explain your principled opposition to it, unless you have no other explanation than people should just be able to do what they want to with their own bodies.
So every time I start talking, you will not allow me to finish my thought.
I'm waiting for an answer to that. I gave you my principled opposition to it.
Nigga.
I think the state should be able to institute anti-sodomy laws.
Else notice this? See, Greg, this is why I mute you and Sarge, because every time I say two words, he starts talking again. Are you done now, nigga?
I'm honestly wanting to hear an answer if you have one.
If you stop cutting me off, I can speak. Do you understand that?
What, are you trying to think of an answer, or you don't have one?
Okay, so I'm going to mute you for a second so I can talk.
Okay, what?
See, this is what happens right here, Greg. Every time I start answering. Listen, Sarge asked me the question about me being opposed to sodomy. I don't care. I don't think that a government should be so invasive to its citizens that they're dictating what they do with their bodies. Now, whether that's harmful or not, I think people should be allowed to do drugs as much as you want to. Any kind you want to, I mean, shit, that's the definition of freedom. What he's talking about is the definition of tyranny and authoritarian and the government taking over your body and dictating what you do. That is not freedom. True freedom is allowing you to live up under this a democracy and do whatever within the law that doesn't infringe on anybody else's rights or being that allows you to be free, right? So if you're in the bedroom and you're doing whatever you want to do with your body, I don't see it, see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil. I don't see it, I don't hear it, I don't know. But if then if you do go do that, and then somebody come out and say, well, this guy was doing whatever in his bedroom, and then you get locked up by the goddamn government, that is fucking tyranny. I mean, what the fuck? Y'all don't even believe in freedom no goddamn more? When y'all say freedom, it's got limits on it. It's got limits when it comes to Roe versus Wade, that a woman can't control her goddamn body. No, that's freedom being taken away from a woman to have access to medical care whenever she needs it, especially if it's in a time where it's jeopardizing her and the baby. So whenever you talk about a state controlling what people do with their body, no, I don't agree with that shit, Sarge. So you said that you don't oppose sodomy, so I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to sodomy, Tyrone. I've engaged in sodomy with women. I'm not opposed to it. I am simply saying that whether I am opposed to it or not, whether I favor it or not, I think that a state under our Constitution, whether it's right or because there's all kind of authoritarian laws out there in every state, They got all kind of authoritarian, arbitrary, capricious laws about parking your car in your front yard and all kind of crap, okay? This would just be one more authoritarian law which you seem to carve out an exception for. So again, that's why I'm saying I'm not against sodomy if it's between consenting adults. What I'm opposed to is the Supreme Court saying that a state cannot institute such laws when nothing in the Constitution forbids them from doing it.
Okay, so but you just contradicted yourself, and let me show you why. And please don't cut me off, Sarge. What you just said is that you engaged in this act between you and a partner, right? Now what you're saying, like if you did that 5 years ago or yesterday or whatever, right? You and your partner had the freedom to engage in that type of act. Now you're saying that a state can step in and stop you and your partner from engaging in that act. Sarge, that is tyranny. Do you understand that they just took a freedom away from you and your partner? You get that?
No, Tyrone, I don't see it that way at all.
Okay.
I am merely seeing a state. See, you seem to think liberty is only the things that you like. You know, every state isn't California. Some states want this sort of control over this through their legislative democratic process. Remember, you say you're all for democracy until democracy is actually put in practice under our constitutional federalist system. Then all of a sudden you got an objection to it. Now, if you live in that state, you have a right to object to it because as a citizen of that state, you have a right to object to whatever they pass, or even as an outsider coming in to agitate on behalf of people who simply want to see the law changed. So you got that right. But in the final analysis, it is the people of the state to decide whether or not they want to live like California or whether they be closer to Utah. They ought to have the right to decide.
So let's keep it in line.
Can I ask?
Wait a minute, hold on for a minute, ABC. So let's keep it in line of our conversation, Sarge, of your example about you and your partner, right? You and your partner enjoyed this activity. Now, the government or your state tell you that you can't do that activity no more. You don't think that that's taking away something that a right that you had?
Yeah, it is taking away something that we used to do. And here's what my options are. My options are to A, stop doing it. B, stop doing it and hope I don't get caught. C, protest against it and try to get it changed back to where it was. Or D, get the fuck out of the state. Those are my four options. I'm going to exercise one or more of them. That's why I don't live in Illinois anymore. Because they told me I couldn't have my constitutional right to keep and bear, which is literally written in the Constitution. And they essentially told me that freedoms I used to have, all of a sudden, because Democrats got in charge of Illinois, I couldn't exercise them the way I used to. So I got the fuck out of Illinois and went to a state where I could.
Okay, go ahead, ABC.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, and my line was going out, I had to drop off. But there's that thing that, what's it called, community standards or something? But basically, I think that idea about, it's like decency laws. Like you can't walk around in the street naked. You know, I don't know that that's a federal law. I think that's more of a community standards type of thing. And Sarge, you would know what I'm talking about as far as that. And I'm pointing it out to say that, you know, we as a community, our society, we agree to what kind of community we want to live in. And there's an agreement that, you know, I don't want to be walking to the store with my kids and you walk around naked. You know, or I don't want to be out there at the park and you naked. You know,
well, me and Sarge wasn't talking about public stuff, ABC. We were talking about what we do in the privacy of our own house.
And I get you on that. And I'm not really, you know, I ain't trying to find out what somebody's doing inside the house. But I think that we recognize that there is such a thing as community standards. And to that point, you know, it goes to things. I think it can reach things like, hey, you know, for the good of the community, you know, for the productivity and I forget the other word, but basically like that homo stuff. You know, we ain't encouraging that. We in this community, they can't get married and stuff. That doesn't meet the standards that we're promoting in our community. So you keep talking about freedoms, which I'm all about freedoms. I'm definitely all about freedoms. But there's also a thing of what kind of society we want to live in. we have some agreement as to what kind of society we want to live in and how we want to live.
Listen, all that sound good, and you're talking around the corners here about what me and Sarge were talking about. Here's the question. Sarge asked me, was I opposed to anti-sodomy laws? Are you opposed to sodomy laws or whatever?
I ain't trying to make any kind of laws that's got to do with the privacy of you in your home, unless it's hurting somebody.
So you don't mind you don't mind sodomy then, in private for people?
Yeah, I guess. I ain't condoning sodomy, but I ain't trying to go in your bedroom and find out what's happening.
Well, what Sarge was saying is that they could go inside your bedroom and tell you what you can and cannot do. So, for instance, if like Sarge and his partner, right? If they engaged in that stuff like last week, right?
His woman partner.
Listen to what I'm saying. if they engaged in that stuff like last week, right? And then his partner get mad with him, she can go to the courthouse if it's against the law and say, "Guess what we did last week?" And then he all fucked up. So that's crazy.
Well, wait a minute now. You got to remember now, that depends on whether or not it's a misdemeanor or a felony.
It don't matter.
Because if
it's crazy.
If it's a misdemeanor, well, I mean, look, because it makes a difference as to what kind of law it is. And I want to get one thing straight about, about indecent exposure. Just because someone is walking around naked does not mean you can charge them with indecent exposure. Because indecent exposure is specifically written, at least in Illinois, is that kind of behavior that arouses a prurient interest in another without their welcoming it. For instance, just walking around naked ain't going to do it. If you walk around naked and you're jacking off and ejaculate on the walls, then yes, they can probably get you indecently. If you're a woman, if you start twerking, spreading your vaginal lips and shoving them up in somebody's face, then yeah, they can get that for indecent exposure. But when I arrested people for being naked and somebody was complaining about it, I arrested them for disorderly conduct, not for indecent exposure. Unless they were doing one of the things I said they were doing. I just said you had to do, like jacking off or like, twerking and sticking your pussy in somebody's face. Okay? You run around with a dildo shoving it out of your, okay? If they weren't doing that, then they're just naked and someone's complaining about it, then it's disorderly conduct.
Well, and Sarge, you got to be specific because that's a state-by-state thing. Some states are more...
I know, I'm just saying what it was in Illinois. I know it varies, believe me. I know that very well.
Some states are
more in Illinois.
Some states
I never arrested anybody for indecent exposure. Whenever they were naked, walking around like they were mentally disturbed and I had to take them for psychiatric evaluation, I'd arrest them for disorderly conduct.
Yeah, some states
not
are more...
indecent exposure, just being naked.
Some states are more liberal and some states are more stringent. Some states you can go straight to jail for being nude. And like Sarge said, some states you probably allowed to be nude, but you just have to be doing indecent act to go to jail. And some probably is more liberal. But I mean, but what you're saying, ABC, is you would take away the standard that we have across the United States and what you and Sarge always fight for, which is states' rights, right? So if each state has their own rule and they allow that certain thing, then you shouldn't be in opposition to that state's government having those laws. Just like if homosexual is allowed in fucking Texas and you live in Iowa, then you shouldn't have a damn thing to say about the homosexuals in Texas.
But wait a minute, Tyrone. We got a First Amendment in this country that says you have an absolute right to petition your government for redress of grievances. If you have a grievance against certain law, you have the right to protest it no matter what it is.
Yeah, but those people still have that freedom to live in this damn country.
Yeah, until you get the law changed through the legislative process, yes.
What is that?
But
life,
once you
liberty,
do,
and the
then that right no longer exists. Once that is done, it doesn't conflict with the Supreme Court decisions or anything in the Constitution, and the state has changed it legislatively, then that right is removed, yes.
Well, what is that? The life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? What's that? The Bill of Rights?
Well, what if my pursuit of happiness is knock you upside the head and take your wallet? Do I get to do that, Tyrone?
Okay. Listen.
Okay, I mean, you can't just say that and say that just allows me to do anything I have a mind to do. No.
Well, what
If
I'm
not,
trying.
in the United States, you got to remember, in the United States, if something is not specifically declared illegal, then it is legal to do. In the United States, we have positive law. We have negative law, rather. In the United States, we don't have positive law. We got negative law. If a thing is not prescribed by law, then it is legal for you to do.
What about
so just let me say this right here and stop cutting me off. All I'm saying, I think I was talking about the Declaration of Independence is where that is. I think one of them damn places. But my point is, it doesn't have any stipulations in those guidelines about being straight or gay. Is my point. So you can't say that they're going against the Constitution or the law. Whenever you're looking at these documents, it doesn't say. As a matter of fact, the Constitution specifically speaks about against discriminating against certain people because of sexual preferences, which is what ABC.
No, it doesn't. That's it. Think about that. What are you talking about?
Oh, golly.
No, it doesn't. Where'd you get that from? Where'd you make that up?
Okay.
And what amendment can I look that up and see that in?
I think it's discrimination.
With the discrimination amendment, what, the 14th Amendment? Don't say that nowhere.
Okay.
Nowhere. It doesn't say in the 15th Amendment, certainly not the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th. That's just the right to vote shall not be prohibited on account of sex. But I can't think anything like what you're saying. That had to do specifically with the right to vote. So, I mean, you just can't make up constitutional stuff, Tyrone. You got to say what it says in there. I mean, states are free to give people the right to sodomy. If a state wants people to have the right to commit sodomy, and they don't want to prescribe. Remember, if they don't prescribe sodomy, then you can do sodomy. If a state don't have any laws against sodomy, there is nothing to stop you from engaging in sodomy, okay? That's whether you're heterosexual or homosexual. The problem comes when the state prescribes something by law. And that's the only way anything in the United States can be illegal. So we got to understand that concept, man. It's critical to understand the basis of the United States law.
Sarge, I'm asking you, and again, I'm asking you about George Santos, right? He's a self-proclaimed homosexual. What do you think about the representation for the Republican Party from George Santos?
The Republican Party is free to have all the homosexuals it decides to elect.
No, do you accept them? Do you accept
yes,
them?
Yes, he's elected as a representative. I accept him as the representative that elected him to that office. Yes.
Okay, so now that you accept him as a representative into the office, when these issues come about, when they're homosexual or gay identified issues, and he's advocating extra for it, will you be upset when he is advocating extra and pushing for that agenda?
Well, see, you got to be more specific than that, man. I might be, I might not be. I don't have enough information to answer.
I'm saying we can get specific, but we don't got to get specific, because all I say is that when you have their community is probably going to have certain things specifically that pertain to them, that they're going to have their common interests, maybe not be your interests. And what I'm saying is, when he brings forward these issues that are, because he represents this community as well as the Republican Party, that now you have him bringing that agenda. He's in between both, between a wall, if you want to say, because he has his community as well as the Republican Party. So now he has the platform to bring forward these rules or bills or anything that's, pertaining to having laws changed or adjusted. What do you say about that?
All right, I'm going to answer your question as best I can. I'm giving you two examples I think ought to answer it. Number one, if he advocates for the same basic rights and privileges that every other citizen is entitled to, then I'm going to agree with that, to make sure they don't get unduly discriminated against. If he makes a law saying I got to celebrate their marriages or I got to bake a cake for them, then I'm going to oppose that, okay? I hope that answers your question.
Okay.
All right, and what I was thinking of was the Civil Rights Act, Sarge. You can't discriminate based on the Civil Rights Act.
Well, they're not included in the Civil Rights Act, so that doesn't apply.
Yes, your sex orientation is included in the Civil Rights Act.
No, sexual orientation is not included in the Civil Rights Act.
Oh, golly. Okay.
Not yet.
I'm done.
Not yet. They're trying to get it there.
Do I need to read it for you?
You better, no, well, yeah, read it again.
I need to read it for you, Sarge. I'm not going to read it.
Yeah, read it where
but
it says
anyway,
sexual
listen. What I'm trying to say is
than on the basis of sex. It says on the basis of sex. Okay. That means man and woman. Sex, man and woman. There's no other sexes other than man and woman in the law.
That is not what sex means. The fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, well, why don't you read the requisite act in the Civil Rights Act? Read the requisite part.
Well, you just lied and said sex means man and woman.
All right, Tyrone. Okay, I'm a liar. You always say that. Now read the requisite part of the Civil Rights Act.
I'm not going to read it, but all I'm trying to say is
well, you should, because you just said so.
Okay, but I want to finish my thought. All I'm trying to say is people in this country up under these laws should be treated equally and fairly and not discriminated against. That's all I was trying to say. And there's rules in this country to protect people from discrimination, even including their sexual orientation. So that there, okay? That's all I said.
All right, well, you're talking about what should be, and you ain't talking about what is.
Oh, golly.
I mean, that's a whole nother kettle of fish, man, because the last action or modification of the Civil Rights Act in 1964 was the Civil Rights Act of 1991, and there's nothing in there about sexual orientation.
You know what? I think I'm recalling what you're talking about. Let me try to Google that. Good Lord.
I know in 1991 they were trying to pass the Defense of Marriage Act, much less not putting no sexual orientation in there. They were still talking about the Defense of Marriage Act back then when they had a little common sense. So they damn sure wasn't putting sexual orientation in the Civil Rights Act of 1991. Which was the last revision to it.
This is what Google said. It says, as a federal law, Title VII applies nationwide to protect employees. Oh, yeah, that's from sexual orientation. Maybe I'm talking about the workplace or some shit. Yeah, that's the EEOC. All right.
Exactly.
Okay, well, but it do say
look, the Civil Rights Act of 1991 says, I'm going to read it to you. It's only one sentence. Declares it an unlawful employment act practice for a respondent in connection with employment or promotion, selection, or referral to adjust the scores of, use different cutoff scores for, or otherwise alter the results of employment-related tests on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, not sexual orientation, or national origin. So it does not cover sexual orientation.
Okay, but listen, we're not children here. But when you're talking about sex, you're not just talking about man and woman, Sarge. Sex is sex.
That is literally what the word sex means.
No, that is not what sex means.
Look it up in law and look it up in the dictionary.
I'm not looking it up. I know that people have sex. Hell, you were just talking about sticking shit up your ass. I mean, people have sex different ways. So, I mean, come on, man.
You can only have sex through sexual intercourse of some type, whether you're a plant or whether you're a human being.
Whether you're two women or two men, you can still have sex.
What same-sex people do is not really sex. It's a simulacrum of sex. It isn't sex. You got to have two different sexes to have sexual intercourse.
Yeah, you're old.
Think about the word for a minute.
Okay, whatever. Listen,
I know you really have to.
Well, it's silly what you're saying. You're saying that.
Why is it silly?
Okay, so listen.
Look up the word sex.
Okay, Sarge, shut up. I'm trying to ask you what you're saying, nigga. You said so. Okay. Only heterosexual people can have sex. If gay people are not having sex whenever they're doing what they're doing, what is it called?
It's a simulacrum of sex. It simulates sex, but it cannot be sexual intercourse. It cannot be. How can you enter sex with someone of the same sex? What does the word enter mean? It's a prefix. It means between.
Okay. Hold on. Listen. So I got you. So you and ABC were just talking about indecent exposure, and part of the laws against indecent exposure is exposing your sexual organs. For a man, that's his genitals and his penis, right? So whenever shut up. And for a woman, it's their breasts and their cuckoo or whatever. But if they're engaged in an act where those organs are involved, That is having sex, Sarge.
Yeah, that's sexual intercourse.
With the same sex. That is having sex.
No, it isn't, because there's not a different sex. There's only one sex. That's what they call it, same-sex relations, because it's the same sex.
Oh.
I mean, I know this is kind of hard for you to understand since you've been so brainwashed.
It ain't hard for me to understand. It's just.
But no, it is. I understand why it's difficult for you to apprehend what I'm saying.
It's not.
Think of the word intercourse, not intracourse.
So
what is intrastate? Wait a minute. What is interstate commerce and what is intrastate commerce? They call it sexual intercourse for a reason.
So you're saying homosexuals can't have intercourse?
It's impossible for a homosexual to have sex with another homosexual. Yes, it's impossible. They can have sodomy. They can't have sex.
Oh, wow.
It's impossible, literally impossible, if you understand the meaning of the words sexual intercourse and sex. If you understand what the words mean, you will understand why it is impossible.
Okay, well, you can...
I mean, I know we live in this modern age where anything goes just because we say it is, but that's why they're so determined to control language. They don't want you to speak language as it's actually constructed. They want you to create an Orwellian 1984 world and have newspeak. That's the way they want you to talk. I don't speak that way.
Okay, I mean, I hear you. I just disagree with you. Okay, so we just disagree.
That's fine, Tyrone, but at least we have clarity now. That's all I ever ask, not agreement.
I mean,
I never ask for agreement on TRS, just clarity.
Okay, I mean, we just disagree, but it is what it is. Listen, I'm gonna open everybody's line. You know, y'all can talk. I didn't mean to have it on mute this long.
Q&A session is over.
But
all
yeah,
participants are unmuted.
All I'm saying is that you know, you guys, like you and ABC, y'all find it easy to discriminate against those people, and the examples y'all bring up is like ABC. He started talking about pedophilia as soon as he started talking about gay people, and you started talking about this disgusting acts that they do, and all I'm saying is that those people in society should be treated fairly, whether they're gay or not. That doesn't matter. Because what they do in their bedroom don't bother me. I'm not affected by that. That's their personal lives. But you guys go down this road of talking about what they doing in the bedroom and all that kind of stuff, and whether sodomy should be legal and all that kind of shit. You know, that don't bother me.
I mean, do they want somebody in their bedroom predicting and you know, dictating what they're doing? You know, no pun intended. Like, you know, I mean, do you like if somebody's in your bedroom with their hands folded or their hands on their waistline, you know, or snapping their fingers at you, telling you should be doing this and doing that? I think that's the deeper question. You know, and do we get in heterosexual people's business either? Like, let's be for real. We should not be in anybody's bedroom, period, whether it's a man or woman, because you're not in there. And is that your premise? Is that where you stand? I should be in the bedroom with your hands on your waist, you know, saying, hey, this is the way you should do this, or you can't do this and do that. I mean, it sounds crazy, but that's...
No, I actually am opposed to the state doing that kind of thing. I'm opposed to it. That doesn't mean the state shouldn't have the right to implement such laws through its legislature if its citizenry decides it wants that sort of a law.
So if George Santos wants to get married in the Capitol, are you opposed to that?
Yeah, I'm opposed to it, but I'm not going to stop it.
You're not going to stop it.
I mean, I'm going to be opposed to a lot of things that I don't want to stop legally.
Well, I'm saying it shouldn't be our concern. I mean, I don't even know why we had this conversation for this long.
Am I really required to accept and be in favor of everything? No, you aren't.
No, but I'm saying is that the stuff that you say you're not in favor of, I mean, look, is a lot of it has to do with people's rights, Sarge.
That's what I'm saying, and that's why I'm talking about representation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Look, for the record,
it doesn't mean that you gotta agree with them, but then you're not gonna give them the rights. It's like, well, I don't agree with that, so I'm gonna deprive them.
For the record, I wish to state again, I do not think states should have anti-sodomy laws. Let me say it again. I would not even want to live in a state
You're not even talking
that
about
has
that.
anti-sodomy laws. I am simply saying that a state, if the citizenry of that state and its legislature decide they want to have them, they should be able to implement them. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I am against
the reason
I
that,
would protest such laws.
Well, the reason I'm opposed to what your thought is because of how personal your suggestion is, right? How intimate your suggestion is about how much access the state could have to one's activity or their body. At some point in time, Sarge, because I mean, you might as well say the state should be able to enact what we eat for dinner. That's how intimate you're talking about how much access the state should be involved in our lives.
Actually, in a way, they kind of are.
Okay.
I hate to say this to you, Tyrone, but, we got the Food and Drug Administration. They tell you all kind of things you can't eat and you can't use. And that's at the federal level.
Sorry, the state does not govern what you have on your damn table at night.
Oh, yes,
so
they do.
I'm not even going to debate. I'm not even going to debate that with you.
No, the state has Food and Drug Administration, too.
Charles,
I'm not going to debate that with you.
Homosexuals walking around butt naked, like Greg, in a car?
Say what? What?
Are you against homosexuals walking around publicly naked?
Yeah, I'm against anyone walking around publicly naked, okay? That male, woman, young, maybe very young in a park or a beach, that's it.
Right, that's where I was going to go at. Like the new.
That's it. I'm opposed to anyone of any sex, of any age, other than a toddler, a baby at the beach, walking around nude. And they got to be in the company of their parents or the guardian.
When you see, I'm talking about a nude couple with the same sex. Do you oppose of that in the beach where it's legal? It says like in Florida.
I oppose that. Yeah, I'm against it. I don't like it.
But are you opposed?
I don't have to like it. I don't have to like it.
Hold on.
Are you
opposed? Are you opposed of a couple being butt naked in the beach too?
What did I just say a moment ago? Anyone. Anyone.
And
nobody likes to look at women's bodies more than me.
Hold on. In a place where it's legal for you to be nude.
Oh, well, I won't be there, so I won't see it.
Sorry, let me ask you a question. Hey, can I ask a question?
I got to go there for an emergency or something. I ain't gonna see it anyway. It's not about
Hold on. Other than kids, and I think this is where we agree, or we can all agree. Other than the security and safety of the kids and them visually seeing something, I don't think they should be in that type of environment. But outside of that, Sarge, right? We just excluded that. We all can agree, say, well, we don't want kids seeing that. Now, in the beach where it's all adults, why are you opposed to it if you're not going to it? And it's only adults.
Because I think it sets a bad. We ain't Sweden.
Wait,
okay?
A bad president said
United States ain't Sweden. We don't have a history of doing shit like they do in Sweden. Okay? We've got a different ethos here. I'm opposed to it, based upon the ethos of the United States. Whether you think that's right or wrong, fine. I don't want to be Sweden. I don't want to be Southern Italy either. I just don't want to be.
Germany?
I want to be the United States with its traditions.
But hold on. Well. Obviously, wherever this tradition came from, there is nude beaches in the United States of America, Sarge.
Which they have a right to enact under the federalist policy.
And we got to be realistic that there was some people in Congress. First of all, there was public people, right? Regular citizens that voted for this, right? Or they brought it forward to somebody in politics, and that person pushed it forward, and they got to vote for it. And I'm going to tell you, the majority of the nudist colonies and the nudist beaches is in your state of Florida, Sarge. DeSantis' state. Huh? Isn't that ironic?
I object to nudist beaches on principle. I do not object to a state deciding to enact laws that allow them.
Funny?
That's not a contradiction. JJ.
Right.
It's not.
Well, listen. I find me myself find, and to each his own. I find, the nudist beach is one thing, but I know from years ago they had mention about Florida being the nudist colony, capital. And when that's a whole different thing. That's like a community of people, families, and all type of weird shit that I think, or let me just say, in my opinion, is weird, right? And I'm saying that there's a lot of people like DeSantis that don't oppose it, obviously, Sarge. They're over there. They're not fighting to stop the nudist colonies and the nudist beaches. I want to ask you a question. Why do you think that's so, Sarge? Why they don't bother the nudist colonies?
Some hills we're dying on, and at this time, for Ron DeSantis, since that law predated him long before he came into office, he is simply occupied with other fights right now, and he's not interested in that. That's what I think. And there is no demand from his constituency to end public nudist beaches in Florida. So he's not even bothered with it. Hold on.
Sarge. I eliminated nudist beaches. I said specifically nudist colonies. Those are communities.
Oh, communities mean like gates and everything?
Yes, Sarge.
Yeah, well, hey, you just said it right there. That ends the discussion for me. They're gated. They're all people there that are consenting, knowing what they're getting into, and they're not doing anything to harm other than being nude. I got no objection to that whatsoever. And by the way,
you don't have objections that there's minors in those communities seeing this?
No, not under those conditions, no.
Wait, but that's a European, that's a Swedish thing. Remember, you just said a few minutes ago.
Again, remember what I said. I made a specific delineation between my personal objections and the right to allow it to occur. Because you got to remember, most states had laws against public nudity. They called it being publicly nude, and it was illegal. Remember, you can't do anything, you can't arrest anybody for something that is not prescribed by law. If it's not prescribed by law, you can't arrest them for it. So when they had the laws against public nudity, then they created laws to allow for nudity, nudist beaches and nudist colonies.
So technically, because you was an officer, what does that come up to? Public nudity or indecent exposure or both?
It depends on how the statute is written, but a lot of places have laws against public nudity. A lot of places have laws against indecent exposure. A lot of places have laws against disorderly conduct. And when you allow nudity in certain areas, like in nudist colonies and nudist beaches, you have therefore amended the laws about public nudity in those places.
Right. And I'm just going to, again, point out that in the state of Florida is the capital of the nudist colonies and the nudist beaches, Sarge. A Republican state, by the way. Republican.
I know, and it was long before Florida became Republican. Those laws were in place, and I don't think that Ron DeSantis will waste a moment of his time fighting against such laws when he's got all these other things to do.
For it, Sarge. He's for it because his.
Okay, well, good. Let him be for it. That's the ethos of the state.
Right,
that is the ethos in Florida in those places.
Well, you said that it's not. You don't think it's appropriate, right?
No.
Well.
But you got to understand the difference between my personal preferences and what the law ought to be. The law ought to be whatever is not unconstitutional by the citizens of the state through their legislature. That's not for me to decide. That's for the citizenry to decide. Maybe me as one of the citizens, but the world don't rise and set in my behind, man. I don't, I don't get to run everything. My personal policy preference shouldn't dictate what the law is.
There's a lot of Sarges in politics right now that have that same mindset, Sarge. That's what we're talking about.
Well, there may be, and they better get over it, because your personal policy preferences aren't supposed to dictate policy unless you can get others to act in concert with you.
Well, that's a lot of that is going around right now, Sarge.
Well, they need to stop it, because I ain't for that either.
Here we go. George Santos, once again. They put him all over the TV, Sarge.
Yeah, and that could be. Why do you think that is? 5.5 million people come through the board and they're worried about George DeSantis? Like I'm worried about DeSantis. Not a bit. I'm worried about 5.5 million people invading the border. I care less about George DeSantis.
It's your party, though. He's a conservative.
Yep. That's what I'm saying.
Look, man. Mitch McConnell claims to be a conservative, too. You think I like his ass?
You can't tell. Hold on for a second. You can't tell people when they are and when they are not conservative.
Yeah, don't.
No. Now you're asking me about what I think about him. Now I get to say what I think about him.
Well, you can't say whether he's a conservative or not.
You just said he is.
Well, but you can't say that he's not.
I said again, Mitch McConnell claims to be a conservative, and I don't believe he is. I don't know enough about Mr. Santos other than the fact that he might fabricate a bit to know whether or not he is a reliable conservative. I'll have to wait till I find out more about him.
Sarge, he like 4 or 5 things that he said already has been proven wrong. He lied, Sarge. He lied.
Okay, well, that sounds like a good reason maybe not to vote for him. You know, any more than people vote for Joe Biden because ain't no motherfucker
Sarge.
in the presidency ever lied more than that
bastard. He's already in. He lied his way to get in. How about that?
Oh, well, again, that would be a reason not to vote for him if you doubt his integrity.
Well,
Sarge,
what I'm saying, though, Sarge, is the reason that it's important to state that he's a conservative is because that's who represents you and your ideas. And you can't listen to what I'm saying. You can't push away from it because he made it to a high. He made it to a high elective office in Washington, representing conservatives, and you're beneath that. So he's representing you. Do you understand that?
You know, Tyrone, I never cease to be amazed by this enormous standard of integrity that this weak conservatives follow. While at the same time, leftists and progressives have no standards to which they are bound.
Well, see, and that's why I'm pointing it out, because you always throw the dynamic of the left up, or conservatives or liberals, and talk about the poor standards that they supposedly have, and you're watching somebody that's a member of your conservative party have no standards, no morals, no ethics, and you calling him, you're not even calling him out, but you call out the left all day long.
You seem to be, my point, yeah, I get your point. My point seems to be flying over your head.
I know it hurts. You'll call out the left.
I'm not hurt one bit.
You'll call out the left.
My point seems to be flying over your head. I get your point. You're saying that all conservatives should have integrity and represent the mantle of conservative ethics at all times and all places. That's essentially what you're saying. And if they fall short, that means that we should all disown them. That's essentially what you're saying. Okay, I get that. Believe me, Tyrone, I get your point.
Let me tell you what.
Here's what you're...
Okay, damn it, shut up. Let me tell you what I'm saying. You're on mute for a second. What I'm saying is you spend the majority of the time calling out Democrats, calling out liberals, calling out leftists, calling out people on this side of the political spectrum as liars, cheaters, thieves, and crooked people, dishonest, disloyal, unethical. All of these things, you and Fox News and all of you conservatives is always throwing fucking rocks to the other side and calling them hypocrites and calling them all kinds of bullshit for reasons to not support the left. That's what y'all do on an everyday goddamn basis. Now that you got somebody that is a conservative just like you, representing you and your movement that has done way more than any fucking Democrat that I know, that has lied to get into a goddamn position way more than any Democrat I know, you ain't saying shit. As a matter of fact, all you trying to do is shift and deflect and not even try to even have a conversation about this lying piece of shit. Do you understand that now? You call the left out.
You ain't calling ask me about Santos. How many questions you can ask me about Santos that I answer, and then you have more to pile on? I mean, how many questions? How many questions? How much commentary shall I engage in on George Santos while the worst liar in the history of the presidency, to include Barack Obama, sitting in the White House? Now, how much commentary do I have to have about a newly elected congressman-elect? How much more conversation must we have about him?
Well, you can call Joe Biden a liar, but you can't call this motherfucker a liar.
Yeah, I know, and I can prove he is too. I can prove it.
You ain't called
Santos. I don't just allege it.
You ain't called Santos a liar yet.
Again, I don't know enough about it. It would appear that he is. at the very least, an embellisher and probably a liar. So I already conceded. I mean, I'm not arguing with you about it.
Ain't no
I'm simply saying that I'm amazed that you have this. I'm amazed that you have this impeccable standard because so we have to not only acknowledge he's a liar, but we got to disown him. While at the same time, you have no ethical standards that Democrats are bound to whatsoever, other than the will to power.
Well, it looked like he chose some new lies tonight. Listen, hold on for a second. Look like he said his family died in 9/11, but they didn't.
Okay, yeah, you can haul out all the sins the guy has committed that you want to. He's elected. I have no interest in disowning him.
And then he said that
I have no interest in disowning him. He doesn't represent me. He's not my representative.
Why is he playing? Yes, he is. He's a
Republican
representative.
No, he isn't. He's in New York.
Let me ask you a question.
How does he represent me in Georgia?
Hold on. Does his vote? Does his vote count when they're voting in Washington D.C.?
It definitely does if he's voting against the Democrat. Yeah. I said yes. Yes. So especially if he's voting against these Democrats. Yes.
And that's representation. That's how he represents you, Sarge.
Yes.
No, he's still representing his district. He's not representing.
He's representing conservatives.
It's called the House of Representatives for a reason.
Hold on. Let's get this clear, right? All these guys, they come from their states, period, with an agenda, right? But at the end of the day, they get together and they vote together on certain things that's common, or that the higher uppers say this is what we're gonna do. All right, so what I'm telling you, Sarge, he might have his agenda on what they want to do in New York, which some of it might get done, but the bigger picture is what's going on in D.C., Sarge. Let's not play that game.
Oh, I'm kind of glad you put it that way, Jay. Now I'd like to respond to that. Okay, so he's one more vote that potentially can help to derail the Democrats in their hideous, destructive, anti-constitutional, anti-American agenda. So in that respect, I say to you, whenever he does that with his vote, he cancels out any harm he might be doing by his unethical behavior. I'm now answering your point.
So you support him?
Let me say again why I do. Whenever he casts a vote to derail the destructive, anti-American, degenerate, anti-constitutional agenda of the Democrat Party, then that cancels out almost any bad he's doing.
Sarge, wow.
Now that is my answer, and I meant every word.
Okay, I heard you. If that's your stance, then why should anybody even listen to you? Because you're a liar.
You shouldn't even want to listen to me. You don't have to. Who am I?
Let me finish.
Jesus, man, I tell you that all the time.
Okay, shut up. Let me finish.
If you don't want to listen to me, don't.
Shut up. Why you do that? If that's your stance, why should anybody listen to you? Because you're a liar. You support liars. You don't have any ethics. You don't have any morals. You don't have any dignity about yourself, sir. What you just said is you don't give a fuck if that guy's a piece of shit. Long as his vote is there to go against the goddamn Democrats, you'll support any goddamn thing that he does. And that's exactly what we've been calling out for the last 6 years with Donald Trump telling you about yourself, is that you will support a piece of shit. And you just sit up here and told us that, yes, you will. You don't give a... So nobody should listen to you ever again because you full of shit.
Okay, be my guest. Now you support Volodymyr Zelensky, don't you? You've evinced support for him in the past, haven't you?
What?
You've evinced support for Volodymyr Zelensky in the past, have you not?
Well, I don't want Ukraine to get blown up. That's if that's you said.
Okay, so generally you support what he's taking act to repel the Russian invasion, right?
Okay, listen to it. I want to be clear.
Do you or don't you? You support generally what he's doing to repel the Russian invasion.
Vladimir Zelensky is a piece of shit, corrupt, fucking political leader, and I think that he's racist. But what I'm trying to tell you, as a human, I don't want to see the people of Ukraine get blown to smithereens. That's my support.
Okay, I got it. I'm going to take that as meaning you support his actions to repel the Russian invasion. Now, given that as a reality, he's also a tyrant, an authoritarian who has ended political opposition, stopped religious factions from working, stifled the print media and the media criticism of his efforts and his administration and his war efforts. So he is, in effect, an authoritarian tyrant. like you support his efforts to repel the Russian invasion because you think
correct,
overall
Sarge.
that will cancel out or at least mitigate many of his flaws. Now, similarly, I think the same way about Mr. Sanders.
Sarge, hold on. No, hold on, Sarge. Listen, I seen the documentary on this guy, right? And he had some bumps and some bruises in the beginning himself, right? And there was some corruption in Ukraine, which there probably is still now. Now, what happened was that he had to adjust, and whatever his agenda was in the beginning, everything changed, right? And with timing, he had to learn, and whatever, again, his intention was in the beginning, I believe that things changed. He did, it wasn't seasoned. He learned a lot. He made some mistakes, which I've seen in the documentary. I didn't know all this, right? But what I'm saying is that you have him versus Russian president or this guy that thinks he's Hitler, Putin. It's two different situations. It's like a big bully on the block want to take over the next block. It's almost like you talk about street shit, right? You don't like drug dealing and street crime. Sarge, how do you want that to stop when you got fucking leaders of countries that's doing that themselves? He's saying, I don't want the block, I want the fucking country. I'm going to go in there and take that shit myself. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Come on. And then you're selling oil, you're doing this, you're doing that, and he has America by the balls to a certain degree in Europe on edge. Sarge, the guy's trying to play big bully on the block. And again, so this guy, the Ukrainian president, doesn't have a squeaky clean record, but I think that he had to adjust and he had to make himself clean if he wanted to get help from the people. And prior, if he was really corrupted, he would have took that fucking deal with Donald Trump. So let's see who the fuck is the corrupt motherfucker there. That told you right there. He said, you know what, real quick, I think that he seen that, he said, oh my God, this is the way these motherfuckers work in this shit, this business, is it real? And it showed that he wasn't as corrupt as Donald Trump was, if you want to take the litmus test or whatever kind of test you want to give. That was right there and then, before the war started. Sarge, let's not bullshit around.
Yeah, what I support in Ukraine is democracy. I don't support the person. So whenever you started out your little conversation, say, well, I support Zelensky, it's not like that. I explained to you that I support free people. But what you did is deflect away from Santos, which is a United States elect congressman, and you going way out of the goddamn country to prove your fucking part. What we're talking about is that conservative that is going to Washington under your goddamn branding in the United States of America. That is who the fuck you support. You support this American piece of shit, lying bastard to get into the goddamn House of Representatives.
Just for a vote. Just so he could vote on something against the Democrats he don't like. Think about that. This is what we got here.
Once again, I'd like to point out to you, the man is a congressman elect. He has not enacted, recommended, or proposed one single bill or legislative act that has either helped or hurt the country. Essentially, let me finish now. You guys had your say. You know I'm briefer than you are. Essentially, he is a cipher politically. He has done nothing. The only admonitions against him right now are the fact that he has embellished his record in stories about his personal life and his past. Nothing else. If that for you is a disqualifier, and you're telling me based upon that, given the state of the Democratic Party and its overwhelming hypocrisy, sanctimony, lying, and destructive acts to this country, if you're saying that, then fella, don't hold your breath while you wait for me to do it, because it ain't gonna happen.
So you represent liars. That's all the fuck I'm saying.
Are you gonna be? How long are you gonna keep repeating this all night long? You got anything new to add? I mean, repetitiveness is not is not a lack of virtue with you, is it? What do you think? It's a virtue to keep repeating yourself over and over again? I made myself clear. I'm the clearest guy on the show. That's why I don't take long to say anything. I get it out right away. I don't need many words.
No, I mean, you just confirmed what the hell I've been saying about you for
I
years.
support him being in Congress and lending his vote to the generalized Republican agenda. I will say it from now until doomsday, until he does something that convinces me he needs to be gone.
What I've been saying is
He's
that you
had
ain't got no morals.
opportunity to do anything yet.
Right, but you're confirming what I've been saying about you
thing.
is that you don't have any morals, you don't have any ethics.
See what I mean by you just go off the edge, man. You just jump the shark repeatedly.
But
did you ever roll in the movie Jaws?
Sarge.
You always jump in the shark, man.
Sarge.
I got no morals because I won't condemn this guy who just got elected and done nothing yet in the House of Representatives.
He lied to his constituents. What you mean he didn't do anything?
Well,
what the
the
fuck you been
constituents
watching?
ought to put him out of office.
As a matter of fact, he possibly broke laws with fucking finance laws. So what you mean he didn't do nothing?
Oh, here we go. Maybe he even broke the emoluments clause, huh? Maybe that too, huh?
I didn't say that. It was some type of campaign money. Let me
Slava Ukraina.
I didn't say no emoluments.
Slava Ukraina.
Oh man. Okay. Listen,
all right, well, I'm going to work. I'll tell you what, Tyrone. I'm just for you because I love you, brother. I'm going to do this just for you. I'm going to try to work up some outrage against. I'm going to spend the rest of the night working up 3-minute hate against Santos. I'm going to go look in the mirror. I'm going to bring up my copy of 1984. I'm going to read about how to work up the 3-minute hate, and I'm going to work up 3-minute hate against Santos. Okay? And when I do, I'll let you know when I've done it.
Sarge, the crazy shit is that you saying, oh, well, he hasn't got in office. Sarge, he will be in office. And he already lied. Like, he already got a pack of lies. He hasn't even got in the door. He's already lied.
Hey, tell me something. Is the border secure? Because Karine Jean-Pierre said it is. Is the border secure, Jay? You believe her?
Well, his lies is not.
And Joe, he has more important things to do than secure the United States border against invasion. Do you believe that too? Do you believe that too? Do you think there's something more important the President of the United States has to do than to secure the border against an invasion? Yes or no?
His lies is not going to.
But you want me to be worried about George Santos?
Santos.
Okay, Jay, whatever it takes.
Listen, Santos' lies is not going to secure the border, Sarge. Get that through your head.
Okay. And Joe Biden's is?
Sarge.
Joe Biden tells us the border is secure. 5.5 million people, 233,000 people came across the border in October. 233,000. The highest number that came over the border during Trump's time in office, once he got, after the first year in office, was 50,000. That was the highest number. 50,000 encounters recorded. Now we've got 250,000 coming in a month. But the border's secure. And he's got more important things than to worry about an invasion of the border. 100,000 dead Americans of fentanyl trafficking every year. Some of it certainly is coming through the border, if not all of it. But no, he's got more important things to do. Okay, meanwhile, I'm supposed to be worried about George Santos. Okay, whatever.
Of course you're not worried. You listen.
No, I'm not worried, Frank, at all.
The Republican Party.
I've said all I need to say about Mr. Santos. I don't think I need to say anything else about it. Especially while we got 5.5 million people come across the border in Texas, where my friend lives, I went down to his ranch to help him when the situation was not even 1/10 as bad as it is now.
To become a Republican. Lying is the requirement to become a Republican.
Yeah, well, you just keep hanging your hat on that notion, buddy, and see how far it gets you.
Well, you support it.
Maybe you could throw a silver dollar across the, maybe you could throw a silver dollar across the Potomac River, too.
I mean, we should have known better because you had support for Herschel Walker to his lying ass, so liars don't matter to you. It don't matter.
So what did he lie about, Tyrone? What did he lie about?
Well, Herschel Walker about him having children.
All right, wait a minute. What did he lie about?
Herschel Walker
told wait a minute. What did he lie about?
He lied
the guy
about he was a
vampire.
vampire.
You can be. He wrote a book about his problems. Now, what did he lie about?
He lied about being a werewolf. I mean, he lied about a whole lot of shit.
I didn't lie about. Oh, stop it! I know what he said. He didn't say that. Oh, stop it! What did he lie about? He put all his troubles in a book. Then he was a nutcase.
He said he was a cop.
He lied about abusing those
There
women.
wasn't no need for him to lie about that. He wrote it down and had it published.
Listen. His last fucking goddamn effort, when the lady came up and said that he paid for an abortion, he lied about saying he didn't know the goddamn lady at first. This is the last lady. And then he lied about saying that he didn't pay for the damn abortion. And before this last lady, there was another lady that came out and said that Herschel Walker paid for an abortion. He said he didn't know that lady. That was a goddamn lie. And then when she pulled out the receipts and showed the goddamn that he paid for the goddamn abortion, he was lying about that too. Plus, the other lie that he told was that first the last lady that I mentioned had a child from him, and he said that he didn't know that goddamn lady. He lied about not knowing his children. Herschel Walker lied every goddamn time he took in a goddamn breath. So he lied all the time, Sarge. So stop it.
All right, so let's get this straight now. Herschel Walker lies about matters of fact involving who he knows, and you believe the person to say that they know he knew him.
Yeah,
like, do you believe Sarah Reed when she said that Joe Biden sexually assaulted her, and she claimed about it contemporaneously? Even on her mother called into the Larry King show about it when it happened.
When the heat
do you believe Sarah Reed? No, you really got selective outrage.
Not one time was I talking about Joe Biden.
I know, because you never do. You always want to talk about things that are peripheral, and the guy who's actually in power exhibits all of these ethical lapses, and you've got nothing to say about it. Nothing.
Oh, there's somebody else trying to get in there. Who that? Hey, how you doing?
Hello, Tyrone and everybody.
Hey, what's going on, Miss Mays?
I have a lot to say to the Sarge. Sarge, how important is that border to you, and what is it going to do for your life?
Would you say that question again, please?
Why is that border so important to you, and what is it going to do to your everyday life?
Because once upon a time, I took an oath to defend it, and not just once, 7 times.
Which one?
That's why it's important to me. Do you have another question? Because I'm not answering it again.
I'm asking you, which border are you talking about?
Do you have another question? I'm not answering it again.
Which border? You got a Canada?
Because I took an oath to defend it with my life, and I still take it seriously.
Which one did you defend?
No, what is your next question?
I said, which one did you defend? Tell me.
Woman, do you have another question?
Yes, I do. Are you going? Yes, I have 2 questions for you. You going to enjoy your jumping your Social Security and your military benefits that you're going to be getting next month?
Yes. Next question. Yes.
So
next
is
question.
that more important to you than the border?
Yes. Next question.
So how did you get all this stuff you got?
Because the Congress of the United States voted for it. Because the Congress of the United States voted to implement it.
Did they? Really?
That's the only way it can happen. They control the budget. Or did you not learn that in school?
Y'all comatose. Y'all always talking about something.
I mean, it's amazing to me I answer your fucking
in a coma.
And you still go on with something.
Can I finish? As I said, Herschel Walker lost.
What's your next question?
Oh, Herschel Walker lost like I said he was going to do.
Okay, what do you have a question about? You want to make a statement?
They couldn't send one to Congress and they couldn't have a governor and a Congress people go, so one had to go. So Stacey left, and they sent the man back. And I told you Herschel wasn't going nowhere. Did he go anywhere? No, he didn't. So are you going to investigate and take those papers that they just put out on Trump? Are you going to go through them for us since you like to do investigating?
No. Next question.
Are you not going to look at them? You're going to be in a coma?
No. Next question.
Are you going to be in a coma?
I'm not going to answer the third time. What's your next question?
What you screaming for?
I said because you asked me twice.
That border is not.
Twice, and I'm still talking to you like a crazy man.
You are?
I gotta be crazy for even talking to you. Do you have another question? Yes or no?
You have to calm down. Stop screaming.
When you're in a coma, you can't.
I mean, why is it when I answer the woman's question, she keeps going after the same damn question?
Do
you like this? Do you like having the same thing said over and over again?
No, I asked you a question, and you.
All right, well, so what is your question? Ask it.
And so,
that's the same one, please. That I've already answered. No, I'm not going to investigate that. What is your next question?
The gas prices are going down. Are you happy about that?
Say again?
The gas prices are going down. Are you happy about that?
I'm glad that they're not going up.
I ain't asked you if you can get it. I said,
I answered the question. I'm glad they're not going up. He caused them to go up. Biden did.
Well, those things are more important.
They ought to be glad they're going down. That's my answer.
Well, who was supposed to take care of the...
Now, what is your next question?
I'm asking you, who was supposed to take care of the fentanyl and make sure that they got rid of it, and he left office and didn't do anything about it? Who was that person?
The fentanyl deaths were nowhere near as high as they are now. They're increasing because of the failure to stop the invasion at the border.
Whose failure?
Biden's failure. He's the president.
How is it the president failure and it's the Congress problem to solve?
Because the chief executive officer of the United States is a commander-in-chief called the president. Congress cannot order the border patrol around.
In comatose.
Joe Biden has got the border patrol babysitting.
Do we?
Do you know how the government works?
Hold on just a minute. The Texas governor had the border babysitting. He had people working and different stuff. So what are you talking about? So you keep talking about a border.
Just go ahead and babble. I can't. There's nothing I can say to you that'll make you go
I'm going to give you 3 red herrings. I'm going to give you 3 of them. And I want you to take them and just like you said,
there is no question I can answer for you that will make you coherent.
I'm in a coma. You're comatose. You're not woke. You're in a comatose. That woke crap is something of a mess too. But it goes like this. The border don't matter to you. It's just something that you got from Fox and TV and some other stations you be listening to because they mad about the border. So if something needs to be done, why don't you see what your party, what is the Republican Party going to do about the border? Besides trying to get Joe to go down there and stand and look so they said just because they wanted him to. I hope he don't never go. And I want you to talk about that. I want you to talk about the Canadian border, and I want you to talk about all these people that come in here that lost that overstayed their visas. That's not a problem to you though. You always talk about the border. But it's a whole lot of different people in here for other reasons.
Yes, dear. Be my guest, Maze. You can talk about all you want.
How do you feel about those that's overstayed?
I don't feel anything about it, Maze.
How do you feel?
I'm just listening to Fox News. I have to wait for the answer from Fox News. Let me go tell Fox News so I get the answer and I'll get back to you.
They gotta get
right now, I don't have an answer because I haven't heard Fox News today. So you answer for me.
They got to give the comatose people.
Be my guest, Maze.
It's like it's sickening to hear you talk about a border because it's not important to you. I'll be glad when y'all comatose people come out of the coma that y'all in because y'all in a deep one. And wake up. And don't be woke, just wake up because you sleep. And I still ask you a question. What do you think the Republicans should do about the border?
I haven't listened to Fox News today. I don't know. You answer for me.
Since you always concerned, what do you think they need to do about it?
I don't know. I haven't listened to Fox News today. I'll have to check with him first. Then I'll get back.
Yes, really. But I want you to go over those papers since you like to investigate all those papers that they're going to put out and all those taxes and stuff that they're going to put out so you can read them and see them. I don't care if it's 2 million pages. We want somebody to go through them with us.
Okay, so sounds like a good idea to me, Maze. Thank you.
Maybe you'll come out of your coma with all this crazy mess because you don't need to be talking about no border because the border is not your problem. Especially that one down in Texas because that belongs to those, the Alamo belong to America and you did not stand there and defend it. So you can stop that lie. Because you're a big liar. That's why you like all the other people that lie. So you have a good one. And just like I told you, when I tell you something, it always happens. Because the man you was standing with did all kind of stuff. Broke all kind of laws. And did everything. But you stood right there with him. You must be just like those kind of people. So you have a nice New Year. But think about it. And come out your coma. And stop being comatose. And have a good one. Y'all have a good night.
Behold, the intellectual store of the Democrat Party was expressed right there. There you got the soul spring, wellspring of the Democratic Party. Intellectually, I just spoke to you live on TRS. Now you know it all. You don't even have to go to Fox News now to know the truth.
Like I say, I am not a Democrat. You're in a coma. People in coma can't think.
Well, you expressed your point of view.
So you need to learn how to think for yourself and stop letting other people think.
I want to congratulate you for expressing your point of view almost perfectly.
And I want you to donate out of the extra you're going to be getting from your Social Security and your extra you're going to be getting from your military benefit. Donate it to somebody. Act like you didn't even get it. Just give it to somebody. You don't want nothing that party had to give you and make sure that you got it. Through that party, you don't have nothing to say, so give it away. Donate it to somebody. Make your taxes lighter. So stop standing up for stuff that's not standing for you or standing with you. And I'm not a Democrat. Never have been, never will be one. So somebody asks you a question about whoever that man is that did all that lying and they don't even know if it's his real name, you're going to start talking about Joe Biden or Hunter Biden. That has nothing to do with the conversation because you're in a coma. So come on out of it and think for yourself. So next time you hear, and that ABC, he is sick too. He's in a deep coma. He must love Tyrone show so much that he got to replay Tyrone show because he loves it so much. And that don't make no sense. To replay somebody's show, and then you got the nerve to be having a show on this person's show. That shows that you don't have no respect. If he's listening. Because I think he needs to be on some medication too, of some kind. So, Sarge, get it together. New Year's coming up, and I hope you be here in the new year. But make some changes. You're getting too old to be doing what you're doing. Because you're not convincing me of nothing. This is how lost you are. So come out your coma and think for yourself. So you have a good one, live on Tyrone Show. Don't call very often, but I do listen. And so the next time somebody have a conversation, don't bring Joe Biden in it or Hunter Biden in it, because I get sick of these people all day long. If you ask them, if they're Republican, you ask them, oh, Hunter Biden, Joe Biden.
They can't help it. They can't
They're
help
not
it. Like
making
you said,
laws.
they're in a coma. They're in a coma.
Yes, they're in a coma. They can't help it. And you should see how you sound. You can hit all through the day. Anything they got to do something with them Republicans, that's the only thing they brought. And the border. We tired of talking about the border. And the next election, we sick of talking about that one too. We done had enough of the one that we just had. And then the people that you stand, they can't even nominate nobody to take the place of Nancy. Even though they think they moved them out the way. But I do know something that's going to happen. Those that was there for January 6th might be going home too. And they looming for as fruitcake. So keep watching. Don't say I didn't tell you, Fred Sarge. Just like I told you about the ones in Georgia. What was going to happen, and it happened just like I said. Just remember that. Come out your coma, and you can think for yourself. So, Tyrone, y'all have a good night.
All right,
I have to go.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah.
Sarge can't take that smoke. That smoke.
I just woke up out of my coma. What did you say?
Oh, you did wake up? So maybe we can have a rational conversation.
I just woke up out of my coma, man. Something put me into a trance. I don't know what it was.
It was Fox News.
Oh, okay. Whatever. Well, anyway, now that I got something maybe I can respond to, why don't you make up some more stuff, Tyrone? Let me hear you make up something out of thin air.
Anybody making up nothing? This is just pointing out the fact that you won't speak on George Santos, and you always deflect into Hunter Biden or Joe Biden or whatever.
I mean, you kind of exhausted what I'm supposed to be outraged about. You asked me why I'm not outraged and prepared to disown the man. He just got elected to Congress. He's never proposed a piece of legislation ever, either for the country or against the country. He's really a cipher in all kind of ways, except it looks like though he's embellished his record, which is no impediment to Democrats ever, whether you're Richard Blumenthal or Joe Biden. It doesn't hurt your record whatsoever. Why should it hurt it for him? Especially since he ain't my representative. And yet you still try to beat this dead sore sucker and trying to get it to get up.
Well,
I don't know what I'm supposed to say. If he votes against the Democrats, I'm all for him.
It's the way.
Period.
It's the way he got
elected. I got nothing else to say about him. I don't know enough.
It's the way he got elected.
Okay, well, good. Don't vote for him again, okay? Don't vote for him. I'm not going to vote for him because I don't live in New York. So I'll never have a chance to vote for him.
You're supposed to be a standard bearer.
So, Tyrone, you can be comforted by the fact that Sarge ain't going to vote for him either.
You're supposed to be a standard bearer for your party, Sarge.
How many times have I told you, on this show, I can't even speak for myself because you tell me I didn't say what I said all the time. How in the fuck you expect me to speak for another political party?
Do the conservatives have standards?
I have enough trouble trying to speak for myself here, much less for the Republican Party.
Do the conservatives have standards or not?
Most of the ones that I know have.
Okay, so we know one that don't have standards. Okay, so let's start there. Okay.
Well, then I'm not going to vote for him. Okay.
No,
I promise you. Since I'm never going to live in New York, Tyrone, I promise you, I will never vote for George Santos. Are you happy now?
Well, we're talking about your conservative party.
No. We're talking about me personally. Sarge is never going to vote for George Santos.
We're talking about your conservative party and the standards that you just said.
The Republican Party is not conservative.
I said we're talking about your conservative party and the standard that.
Well, the Republican Party is not conservative. What party do I belong to that is?
Yes, they are. But we're talking about.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Is there any conservative? Okay, so
and a few of them actually are.
So, is there any conservative Democrats?
No.
Okay, so shut the fuck up. The Republicans are conservative. Now check this out.
No, they're not conservative.
Okay.
They're corporatists.
Okay, we're talking about your conservative.
And they're globalists. But they're not conservative in the sense that I understand it.
You can't get no bigger globalist than Donald Trump. What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about? He withdrew us from the Paris Climate Accords. And that's the most globalist thing the United States was involved in.
Okay, anyway.
And he withdrew the United States from it.
Okay, we're talking
about... What are you talking about?
Okay, so we're talking about the standards of your conservative party. And
again, the Republican Party is not conservative.
I didn't say they was. I was saying the conservatives. Do you hear me?
Well, what party is that? I'm not familiar with it.
We're talking about the standard of the conservatives. And you said that y'all have standards, but we know a conservative that just got elected that don't have any standard, that lied about on his resume just to get into office. And that you threw your standards out the window, seemed like.
Well, many of the conservatives that I know are not Republicans.
And it looked like Lindsey Graham.
Well, I don't understand why you are unable to make the distinction.
Sarge, all conservatives are Republican. What the fuck is wrong with you?
See, now that is just crazy to say that.
All conservatives.
That's like saying all Marxists are Democrats, which is probably closer to the truth, but even that ain't true.
Sarge, all conservatives are Republicans. Sean Hannity got y'all on some bullshit with this conservative shit.
Look, I was a Republican.
When you are a Republican.
When I helped to try to get Alan Keyes elected, and when I tried to help get Jim Oberweis elected, after that, I left the Republican Party.
Sarge,
I'm not a Republican anymore.
You are a Republican. Your voter, what did your voter registration say?
You want me to speak for the Republican Party, and I can't even speak for myself here.
What do your voter registration card say, Sarge?
You tell me, I just told you I'm not a Republican, and you tell me I am.
What does your voter registration card say?
I don't have anything. On a voter registration card, it's not even listed.
That's bullshit.
I do register to vote in Republican primaries.
Hold on, mother.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I do register to vote in Republican primaries.
Then you're a goddamn Republican.
Oh, well, actually, you got to remember, in the state of Georgia, the primary is non-denominational. You don't have to declare a party.
Why are we even having this conversation? See, this is the shit that I'm talking about here.
Because I mean, you keep saying things that you don't know anything about, and then you try to transfer that to me.
Sarge, you are a Republican. You are a registered Republican.
All right. Okay. I'm going to move the conversation on. For the sake of argument, let's suppose I am. So therefore, what? So
stop denying that you're a goddamn Republican. How about that?
I just did. Now, what is your point?
So the standard that you guys that you said that you have. Hold on, I'm trying to Google your damn registration card since you're lying. Where is it at?
Yeah, be my guest.
Lying ass.
Republican Party, man. I gave up on Republican Party after what they did with Donald Trump.
Well, you probably don't like the party, but you're a member of it.
Well, look, let's put it this way. If it came down to a choice, you know I ain't going to go with the Democrats. So I guess in that sense you may be correct, but only in that sense.
No, you're a goddamn Republican, Sarge. Fuck, stop all the bullshit.
Okay. Again, Tyrone, for the sake of argument, I'm going to stipulate that because I'm getting tired of this. So therefore, what? I'm trying to move the
therefore,
conversation.
you don't have any standards because you're allowing this guy to get away with lying and cheating.
Great. So then I'm an unethical Republican who's going to advance George Santos. Now, does this complete this conversation? You want to keep beating them dead?
Long as we're in agreement on that.
Let's move on to something else, okay?
You're good.
This is going nowhere.
You're good. Long as you.
Hey, Tyrone.
Go ahead, man. What's up?
Yeah, I want to ask about Santos in the fact of the position that he's going to. Now, Tyrone, when you enlisted, there were certain things that you had to disclose, and if it violated something, you couldn't enlist. And when you made your oath of office, it talked about defending the Constitution, supporting leadership, but you look at the Congress level, that is an even higher level. So there has to be some sort of standards. So what do they do in Congress? They appropriate dollars, millions and trillions of dollars. So we have a person that is all those things that you talked about tonight. The morality. He's broken social norms. We know politicians aren't always truthful, but this guy came in walking through the door that way. So are we going to trust him in those decisions that affect not only the 3rd district of New York? He's voting along with the party. So that can affect you and I. So let's take a look at his oath of office, whatever they had to raise their hand to and say, with the hand on the Bible. Let's evaluate that and see if he measures up to those things, regardless of a Republican and Democrat, Sarge. Those are my thoughts on it. So he's told inaccuracies about his family, about his education, and then about his finances, which they're already investigating. So yeah, January 3rd is around the corner, but we shouldn't say this is okay. It's not okay, regardless of what party. Yeah, Blumenthal, he lied about his service, and Joe Biden plagiarized papers. We can look at a lot of politicians doing those kinds of things, but walking in the door the way this guy is walking in the door, this is to a new level. And to say it's acceptable, it isn't. That's that's what I have to say about it.
I never said it was acceptable. Tyrone wants me to disown the guy. He ain't even taken the oath of office yet.
Well,
I never said it was acceptable. Tyrone is telling me, giving me a lot of sanctimonious claptrap about disowning the guy.
You can have the conversation that I'm having now about this individual and how he's violating trust, public trust, and we should welcome him into the Congress with open arms. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying what the conversation I just had with Tyrone and JNYC was all about. And I also need to change myself because I have failed to disown George Santos because he doesn't represent the principles of the conservative party. That's what I was being hectored about East Coast.
I made my comment.
Yeah, I was hoping you would be paying attention.
I'm just gonna drop the mic there, sorry.
I am not going to disown George Santos no matter what you say about it.
About disowning him.
And I didn't say what he did was okay. Never.
Well, when the conversation came up, you couldn't talk like I'm talking now about what he's done.
I'm not interested in adopting your speech. You can do it yourself better than me.
It's true.
Again, you can speak for yourself better than me have me speak.
Well, we got the TRS conversation. We got the TRS crowd. And I bet you more agree with what I say than what you say about this subject.
Again, I'll be happy to listen to your take on it, Diego. Don't expect me to adopt it.
I've already told you my take.
Don't expect me to adopt it when you're utterly silent about Biden, other than in passing.
That is all we're saying.
You make no explicit references to the innumerable lives of the man in charge of the federal government.
We're not talking, Sarge. We're talking about this one subject. Let's not talk about other stuff.
I know, and that's startled by it. These guys of no consequence.
Well, that guy goes in.
The guy is of no consequence other than to his congressional district. He has passed not one bit of legislation, or even introduced it.
Goes through when it's a bill. How many?
I'm supposed to make a major discussion about the bad vote,
and you can't trust that man. If he would go all the way down.
Stop trying to dictate my attitude toward him. Just don't try to dictate my attitude toward the guy.
I don't have any animosity toward this guy. I'm saying that's not a position he should be in. That's all.
Did you just not hear Tyrone and his unremitting assault upon my failure to exile George Santos? Were you not listening to that? I mean, just last month, Joe Biden said. Just last month, Joe Biden said that when he took office, gas was $5 a gallon when he took office. That's what Joe Biden said just last month.
And possibly violated the law.
Goddamn, man, he said
be supportive of a person
$5 a
like
gallon when he took office.
Regardless of what party.
Yeah.
We are.
You ain't taking no notice of that.
You see, and Tyrone played. What was her name? Galbraith. He played that. Were you there last night when he played that? Tracy Galbraith and her interview with him. Did you hear that?
I heard the interview in its entirety.
You heard the interview, and what was she?
I heard the interview in its entirety.
Did she hold a position of trust beyond Congress?
I'm not going to vote for him. I'm not going to vote for him.
Did she hold a position of trust?
East Coast, I'm not going to vote for George Santos.
She was a U.S. congressman.
Hey, I'm not going to vote for unknown, just elected congressman. I am not going to be voting for him.
Well, no, none of us are. None of us are.
All right, so there you have my word. That's my last word on George Santos.
But Sarge,
I'm not going to be voting for him. I can't vote for him.
So when we have lawmakers, we already got a whole bunch of them up in there. You even claim that Mitch McConnell is not a Republican, basically.
That's not what I said.
I thought I heard.
He is a Republican. I never said he's not a Republican.
Okay, well,
I said that he's a corporatist corruptocrat.
Oh, okay.
That's what I said. Definitely Republican.
Okay. So he's a big one, right?
Yeah. He ain't as big as Biden. He ain't even in the same ballpark.
He did do one good thing, Sarge.
What was that? Yeah, he does a good thing with judges. That's about it.
Yeah. He delivered that decision.
Yes, everything else I'm pretty much opposed to just about everything.
So you should be pretty happy with him.
No,
really?
Man, why don't you ever
I mean, really, that was a biggie.
Speak to me all the time? I'll tell you what I'm happy about, what I'm not. I am happy with his judges and what he did to get the judges through. I am not happy with the rest of his agenda. I despise what he did with Ukraine and the omnibus bill.
But he's a Republican.
Why is it?
He's a Republican.
As I make myself, you guys got to try to convert me to another position.
No one's trying to convince you.
Sarge,
Sarge.
You always say
Sarge,
you
we
should.
know you're going to be.
Sarge is not going to be should on anything of which he does not think he should be.
With those words coming out your mouth. You can't expect over here that you're not going to get pushed back.
On this show, I can't even speak for myself according to you. And you want me to speak for the Republican Party.
Loud and clear.
How am I supposed to speak for the Republican Party and you don't even allow me to speak for myself? You're telling me what I should be.
I know. How can I tell you what you should be?
I'm not going to try to speak for anybody but Sarge. And with a lot of you, I will fail at that.
Folks that participate on TRS are trying to tell you what to do and how to think. Why do you think that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Of course.
Why do you think that?
Of course not. I don't know, because, here's the one thing I think about progressives, leftists, and Democrats. They can't brook opposition. They just can't understand why you don't agree with them.
Let me ask you this.
I think the most salient point about the left is they will not put any opposition.
Words,
they just can't stand the idea that people don't agree with them.
Can they be good patriots? Can they be good Americans?
Not likely.
Just asking a question.
Not likely. But yes, they can be, but it's rare.
And do you see them as American citizens, good or bad?
All right. Now we're talking about a matter of law and constitution. Now that is inarguable that they are.
I'm talking subjectively.
You got the answer.
I'm not talking about law and constitution.
Maybe you just got the answer.
That's my Americans. This can be.
Do I see them as good American citizens? For the most part, I do not.
Okay.
So no, I don't see most of them as good American citizens. No. I'm talking about the ones in the leadership.
Mm-hmm. But, back to Santos again, every time I think about it, this person, it's like you lie your way all the way to the top.
Here we are back on this side.
And now you'll be rewarded. And we're living, and so, that guy is being put in a public trust position.
You mean like maybe President of the United States? Is that the same thing? Maybe he's a few notches lower. Maybe he's one of 435 others.
You would trust him to be making public policy decisions?
Again,
I didn't trust him
to make any decision.
And in that interview, he had a chance to rehabilitate himself. He didn't.
The people voting for him in his district did.
We're not talking about that. That's been done. But he had an opportunity on Fox. He had an opportunity on Fox to come clean. He said he could do better. But he was holding on to some stuff. He didn't even apologize to the Jewish community.
And I would suggest that you prevail upon the citizens of this district.
But this is worth talking about, right? It's a subject today.
Not for me, it isn't. Yeah. It is for you.
If we talk about that border, it's an issue.
No, it's not worth talking about for me. No, it isn't.
And if I mention Hunter Biden,
about it, but I'm not interested in talking about George Sanders very long.
And Zelensky. If I mention all that, you ready to go?
Well, I didn't dwell on it, did I? I mentioned it in passing. Yeah. You've been dwelling on George Santos.
It's something to dwell on, Sarge. This revelation. Let's talk about how did he slip between the cracks? Where they always investigate people.
All right. Again, what should they investigate him for? For lions? What is the politician ever get investigated for lying?
No, this is opposition research. I'm talking about the
Democrats. Well, what are they investigated for?
I'm talking about the Democrats. They didn't do their homework.
What do you think he needs formal investigation for? Because if there is something that I would like to hear.
We're talking about just doing
if there is something to launch a formal investigation about, I would like to hear you tell me what you think it is.
Sarge, I'm not talking about that.
All right,
I'm just talking about. Well, it's not good. That's just not what I'm talking about. I'm saying he ran one time before, and with all this stuff, usually politicians, they always look for things, slippages. Somebody, just look at Warnock and Walker. There's always dirt being thrown. The media, with saying all this stuff, he just kind of slid between the cracks. They weren't paying attention to this guy running. And so that's why the media is upset, because they didn't get a chance to unravel him. He slipped through. So it shows that everybody needs equal scrutiny, and that's the same thing in society, Sarge. When it comes to, I'm just saying, folks that look like you and I come under increased scrutiny for whatever it is. Now, you may agree or disagree in sports, politics, you name it, any positions of authority. It's been that way.
I got a question for you, East Coast.
Yeah, and you have experiences too.
Okay.
Yeah, you've observed things in life.
I got a question.
Mm-hmm. I may or may not have an answer.
Are you aware that a judge in Georgia has just ordered a new election after a hearing found that state elections officials identified so many system irregularities that it likely changed the results of the election? Are you aware of that? Just happened today.
No, so we'll be hearing more about it. So, but you got the breaking news, so go ahead and break it down to us.
Okay. It's about 2 sitting county commissioners, a candidate for local office, and 2 residents who sued that county, Severin County, over the November 8th general election certification there. And they said that the way the election was handled undoubtedly altered the election, and a judge there has just ordered a new election in that county.
Well, the judge ruled for that to take place. What can you say?
Yeah, judge did. So judges can rule all kind of ways. They can rule against the plaintiff. They can rule for a plaintiff. They can rule against the defendant. They can rule for a defendant. And then the appeals court can overturn them sometimes, and so on and so forth. So what I would suggest that with all of these things, we take a wait and see attitude.
You lost me. Wait and see attitude on what?
On how it all shakes out.
What shake out?
Because again,
what?
The legal standard across the nation in all states.
I'm serious. When you say what shake out? What you talking about?
Legal standard in all states is that fraud vitiates everything.
Oh, okay. So you're still on Santos. You're still on Santos.
Contracts and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
That is a legal standard across the United States.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm kind of lost, Sarge.
To show that there was.
I'm lost.
But in this case, we ain't even talking about fraud. We're just talking about voting irregularities.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Not even fraud.
I didn't quite understand all that. So you said, explain it again. What happened in that particular county election?
Okay. The way the contention for the plaintiffs is the county's decision to certify the election results in that county in a county commission race with a margin of 7 votes. In that race, the plaintiffs say that proper ballots with the correct county commission districts were not given to voters who changed districts thanks to the way the county was redistricting.
Mm-hmm.
But that way you have an election irregularity. The Democrat incumbent won the election by 7 votes. Voters cast ballots, and one guy got 50.49% of the votes. The other guy got 49.51%. Now, it's not like it's that unusual for a court to either order a new election or to overturn the results of an election. People today are acting as though it's never done ever.
All right, so hold on, East Coast. Check this out. I was just listening to Sergeant, his claim about the judge ordering a new election, and based on what he just said, that was like a problem with administrating ballots, right? And it can be proven if that's the claim that he's making, that the wrong ballots was given out. But these other frivolous claims, like Kerry Lake is making and Donald Trump is making, if they have evidence for a re-election, then they should have presented it like this county did, right? And then we wouldn't be having this conversation. Now, Sarge can't take this incident and say, see, there's voting irregularities all over the place. No, this is just one county, and what happened. So they're going to do a re-election, I guess. But it doesn't prove that it's widespread and across the board. Is my point.
No, I never said that it proved anything. What I said was they pointed election that indicated that there could have been a change in the outcome of the election, just like Kerry Lake was able to prove that they misprinted the ballots on the wrong size paper that would not allow the tabulating machines to read them. They proved that.
No, they didn't.
Along with several other things like chain of custody and like inflating ballots that were spoiled with ballots that were still valid.
You're gonna make
sure
the
outcome of that decision, Sarge, is completely the opposite of what you're saying. She wasn't able to prove shit because it seems in the courtroom.
No. Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute.
Up, man.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Let me finish.
Wait a minute. No. Now you're wrong there. Now you just said the judge is ruling all wrong.
Two things that she
That's not what the judge ruled.
Okay, so I'm going to finish.
That's not what the judge ruled.
Shut the fuck up. The only two things she had to prove was chain of custody and the printer
that's not true
mishap,
either.
right? But the reason that we say that she didn't prove it is because the judge made a decision saying that she didn't prove it. So you can't say that she proved that. She didn't prove it.
All right. Let me explain to you what happened in court. Because better yet, let me explain to you what the judge ruled in the case. Isn't that better than what I think about it? Doesn't it matter more what the judge said than what you or I say?
Didn't you say this yesterday? You gonna go over this?
I mean, and he's just saying that, I can't, how can the judge say it? Yes or no? Man, Tyrone, it's kind of hard to get an answer to. Oh, shit. Tyrone, you...
She lost. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, man, what do you mean? I ain't talking about you or nothing, man.
Sarge is lost. Sarge is lost in the sauce.
He's trying to prove that Kerry Lake proved her point, but she did not. That's why she lost the goddamn case.
Kerry Lake lost. She got to pay. And on top of that, listen. Hold on, Sarge. Not only that she lost, right? She now got to pay some money back because she brought those false allegations, Sarge, and those false people. What was it that they gave the testimony, or they said that there was
that she had to pay the opponent's professional witnesses.
Come on, Sarge. This is
but here's the biggest proof that
Don't
she
you
lost.
see it?
Listen, everybody pay attention. Here's the biggest proof that Kerry Lake lost. She's not the fucking governor. That's how we know she lost. Good Lord.
You do realize that the judge, Peter Thompson, wait a minute now, see, this is what gets me. See, you don't know anything about the case. You haven't read the case. You haven't read the judge's ruling. You didn't read the complaint filed by the Kerry Lake team. So you just say things that you think it's party ha-ha. All right, let me explain something to you. That judge in this case set a standard that does not exist in Arizona election law. He set a standard that does not exist in the law. He set a standard called intentional misconduct. There is nothing in the statute about intentional misconduct. There is in the statute about voting irregularities that could change the outcome of an election. This judge added a standard that is not in the law.
Okay, so check this out. Your claim was
wait a minute, you think that makes a difference or not?
Okay. Let me just keep it in line with the conversation of what you just had. You just made a claim that Kerry Lake proved the printer irregularities or whatever the fuck. She did not. Do you understand that? You just told East Coast that. That was a lie.
All right. Okay. Now that you just called me a liar, now we need to go back and look at the court transcript and see whether or not the prosecution was able to controvert the claim. You go back and look at the court record, and you will see that not the prosecutor, the defendant was able to controvert the claim that the ballots were misprinted through printer error or otherwise. And you will see that they did not. That is why I said that they proved it.
Okay.
Go back and look at the transcript. Don't listen to me.
Okay, so here's what the judge said. The judge went on to say that went on to rule that flatly Mrs. Lake and the witnesses she called forth failed to provide evidence of intentional misconduct that challenges the election.
Standard not in the law.
Oh, golly. That's what the hell she went to court for, Sarge. Those were her claims.
Standard that is not in the law.
Do you know how the court works?
It's like James Comey made up something about the Espionage Act that isn't in law. Intentional. Whether or not what she did was intentional. That isn't the standard in the law. He just added it to get her out of trouble.
Okay, Sarge, listen. Can we please calm down? Right?
I mean, I know you guys love lawlessness when it's on your side, but I don't.
Okay, listen. You're misconstruing everything. Guys, when you go to court, right, you're making a claim. You're saying that something happened. And it's your job to prove that something in that goddamn courtroom. Is you and Carrie Lake claim was there was a printer mishap that flipped the election and their chain of custody flipped the election. Those were the two things that she's supposed to prove. Sarge just lied to East Coast and said that she proved the goddamn printer mishap. If that was the case, Carrie Lake would be governor. Okay? Because that would have mean that Carrie Lake would have got 17,000 votes based off of this printer mishap. You just lied to East Coast and said that she proved that. The judge completely said that she did not, her or her goddamn witnesses didn't prove the goddamn chain of custody or the fucking printer mishap. So you lying about what happened at Carrie Lake's trial, man.
All right, again, you keep saying things that are based upon the judge adding an element that isn't in the law.
Didn't add shit.
And you say that that's okay because the judge get to do that because they're the judge. No,
it was
the
her
judge
claim.
has to follow the law when he's applying a ruling. And the judge in this case could not have applied the law because he added an element that isn't in the law.
What element, Sarge? What element?
Intentional misconduct.
Okay, so now, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Her claim about misconduct was the chain of custody and the printer mishap. Those two instances are considered misconduct. Are we on track now?
No.
Okay,
no,
so well, I'm going to go further then. So shut up. I'm going to go further, you dumbass.
The word he put in his ruling is intentional. You want to read the statute or you just want to make up your own law again?
Okay, so I'm going to say this. The intentional misconduct that Carrie Lake is claiming, she said that on purpose, somebody fucked with the goddamn printer. That's the intentional conduct. The intentional shit. And the other in the chain of custody, she said that they intentionally didn't have manage the chain of conduct right. She failed to prove that, Sarge. Do you understand that?
No, I'm looking at her complaint. And that's what you just said is not in her complaint. I'm looking at her complaint right now. She didn't say that. She said the misconduct was sufficient to alter the outcome of the election. She didn't say nothing about intentional misconduct. She stuck to what the law says, what the statute says, in her complaint to the court.
Okay, so you're just...
So you're the one that's lying. You are lying, not me.
You want to call me a liar because I call you a liar.
Yeah, because you just... I'm looking at the damn complaint. The complaint is what enables the lawsuit to proceed. And the complaint does not say anything about intentional misconduct.
Okay,
that judge added that.
Okay, listen, I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to the listening audience.
Yeah, you better. See, now you got to go talk to somebody who don't know.
5,000 people listening.
Yeah, be my guest.
Well, shut up, nigga. What Sarge is doing is trying to argue semantics with an educated guy. Whenever he using the word intentional, right? What is it? What else does intentional mean? It means on purpose, deliberate, right? That's what intentional mean, right? And what Carrie Lake was saying is that they deliberately fuck with the goddamn printer and they deliberately mishandled the goddamn shit with the chain of custody. And when the judge gave his ruling, he used the word intentional misconduct, and Sarge is using that word intentional just like other Carrie Lake fucking zombies. It's saying, look, that's not even in the law, the word intentional. Maybe it's not, and maybe it ain't, but intentional can mean a whole bunch of motherfucking things, just like I just gave you deliberate, on purpose, and all that kind of bullshit. The judge just said what the fuck he said because there was no intentional misconduct that caused those 17,000 fucking votes to go Carrie Lake's way. So, Sarge, I don't know what the fuck you arguing. She lost, nigga. She's not the goddamn governor, and she won't be. this fucking cycle. So get over it. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
Well, since you have the same sort of knowledge about the law certain other people are calling in this show, I'd like to remind you that specific words used in definitions and in phrases can literally affect the meaning of a legal term. Literally change it completely.
Okay, so let's do it like this right here.
I mean, when you're drunk and you engage in misconduct, frequently you can argue that your drunkenness led you to do it unintentionally.
Okay, so let's do it like this. I want y'all to pay attention.
Exactly the same thing. Then it's an intentional conduct. So the word intentional literally takes on a different meaning.
Okay, so I want y'all to pay attention. I'm going to remove the word intentional and listen to what. Well, I'm going to do it two ways. He went on to say that Miss Lake and the witnesses she called has failed to provide evidence of intentional misconduct that changed the election outcome. Now, I'm going to say it without the word intentional in it, Sarge. Pay attention. He went on to flatly say that Mrs. Lake and the witnesses she called failed to provide evidence of misconduct that changed the fucking election outcome. Sarge, there was no proof of misfucking conduct. Do you understand that now?
Here's what you need to understand, because I'm looking at the judge's ruling, not what you say about it. I'm looking at paragraph F in the judge's ruling. The intentional misconduct standard. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs about intentional misconduct in his ruling, which is not in the statute. Now, he says in his findings of fact and conclusions of law in count 4, chain of custody violations, here it is. Chain of custody violations. As to count 4, chain of custody violations, got A, B, C, and D. And in D, this is a quote. The court does not find clear and convincing evidence that such misconduct. No. C.
Yeah, keep reading. Keep reading.
Wait a minute. C. C says this. The court does not find clear and convincing evidence that such misconduct was intended to affect the result of the 2022 general election. There is nothing in the statute about intent.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to put you on pause because you just made yourself look stupid. What he just said was that the court did not find any misconduct that intended to change the outcome of the fucking 17,000 votes that she was looking for. Okay, so if Kari Lake is making that claim, saying that there was a printer mishap and the chain of custody, she said the intent of those mishaps was change the election so she lost. And what Sarge just read was the fucking law of what the fuck I'm saying. What Kari Lake's claim was not proven, that her claims did not prove that there was any mishap that changed the outcome intentionally. That's all you just said, you dumb fuck. And one more thing, I got to be your goddamn English teacher. Fucking intentional is a goddamn adjective, and you use adjectives to describe shit. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. He could have used intentional or not used intentional. The main word was misconduct. So Sarge, you're an idiot, and I'm tired of talking to your elementary brain ass about
let me tell you why you're a stupid goddamn fool. I'm gonna tell you why your ass is stupid, because he added some. I'm gonna read to you the law in Arizona.
Sorry,
now, what the judge says it is.
Did she win or lose?
The statute is Arizona Revised Statutes, Chapter 16, Section 672, Contest of State Election Grounds Venue. And it says, any elector of the state may contest the election of any person declared elected to a state office, declared nominated to a state office in a primary election, or the declared result of an initiated or referred measure or proposal to amend the Constitution of Arizona or other questionable proposal submitted to vote of the people upon any of the following grounds. 1, 4. Listen to this now, Negro. 1, for misconduct on the part of election boards or any members thereof in any of the counties of the state or on the part of any officer making or participating in a canvass for a state election. It don't say nothing about intentional. So if it's misconduct, it can be grounds for reversal.
Okay, so let me tell you this, man. And I just broke it down in my last comment, which showing you that intentional is an adjective, and it's using to describe the word conduct in Carrie Lake's claim. What you're basically saying is the judge ruled in favor of himself, because you just claimed the judge put something in his ruling that Carrie Lake didn't assert, and he made a decision based off of his own goddamn mind. That is back ass from the way the goddamn court system works, Sarge. Carrie Lake made the goddamn claim, and it was up to her and her attorneys to prove her goddamn claim. She didn't do it. So that means she lost the goddamn case. Period. All that other shit you talking about right now don't even matter, because you're blaming the fucking judge for something Carrie Lake bought the fucking his court. That's stupid. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You sound crazy.
Hey, dumbass legal scholar, let me explain something to you.
Oh, God.
That judge added an element that he said Carrie Lake was required to prove that is not an element that the statute requires the plaintiff to prove in the court. He added an element of in other words, he legislated that law from the bench.
Okay, Carrie Lake.
Now, I don't know what legal world you live in, but every legal world I live in, that's not supposed to be allowed.
Okay, listen, hey, let me just put it down in case people are confused. Carrie Lake was required to prove misconduct when it came to the printer mishap.
And that's what she did.
Okay,
she couldn't prove who intended it or not.
Fuck up. She was required to prove misconduct when it came to the printer mishap, and she was required to prove misconduct when it came to the chain of custody. She failed to do that in that courtroom. That's why she lost. That's it. I don't know what else to say.
Now, you can say that all you want to, you're blue in the face, but she did prove it because you're oblivious to what came out in court and whether or not the defendant was able to controvert it or render it moot. And they didn't, because you didn't even read the transcript. The only way the judge could save the case for Kathy Hobbs was to add an element in the law that isn't required for her to prove in her case, in her pleading.
An adjective. An adjective is
yeah, an adjective is not in the law.
You're full of shit. Good Lord. She lost because of an adjective. What the fuck?
I mean, that shit exists in Democrat law land, but not in most scholars' books.
She lost because of an adjective. You know, shit, you can't describe shit in court.
Like I said, you guys like lawlessness. You really do. Because when lawlessness helps you out, you're okay with it.
Well, I can read. I don't know what the
fuck. But you know, when Donald Trump said go to the Capitol and protest peacefully, he's an insurrectionist.
Oh, you missed the rest of his speech, huh?
I mean, you guys, I swear to God, all of a sudden now you find words and meanings that ain't there, and you're down with them if they help you.
What about fight like hell?
You don't believe in objectively applying the law at all times, because that's why you believe in critical race theory, too.
What does fight like hell mean?
To strive with all your might.
So if Donald Trump said walk over there peacefully and fight like hell when you get there, what does that mean to them people?
So did Martin Luther King fight for civil rights?
We're not talking about Martin Luther King, motherfucker. You just mentioned Donald Trump,
answer my
son
question.
of a bitch.
Listen to what I'm saying. You
brought up, he
did
said
he
march over peacefully.
Did he attack any police officers? Did he fight for civil rights? Yes.
You brought up that he said march over peacefully, but
I mean,
you left out the fact that
I answered your question. You say, well, go on to the next thing. Fighting does not mean physically attacking necessarily. It's all contextual.
You got a problem with nouns and adjectives, don't you?
You got a problem with English.
What does fight mean to you?
I mean, all of a sudden now you don't know what a metaphor is.
So now he was.
Sorry, well, can you explain that Green Bay sweep? You know, I didn't hear that talked about.
Man, it is really.
What was that?
You were the biggest blockhead I've ever seen in my life.
What was that all about?
What are you talking about? Green Bay? You mean the football team?
Oh, no.
I don't know. Answer, I don't know.
Peter Navarro. You remember when he came on MSNBC and was talking about the Green Bay sweep?
No.
Now, don't play dumb now.
No, I don't. Tell me about it, and I'll answer. See, I can't even speak myself on this motherfucker. Why do you want me to have
It was part
party?
of the plot.
See, I can't even speak for myself.
Sorry, I heard you say you were going to scream at me last night.
I mean, you know, Sarge. I just said I didn't.
Well, Sarge, maybe this was a while back.
Goddamn,
Over a year ago. You said you were the historian, Sarge. You said you were the historian over here.
God damn it! I don't know every fucking interview.
You come to us like you know everything. You just had to explain to Tyrone. You just had to explain to Tyrone how that judge's ruling was.
I didn't expect him to know it. I read it to him so he would know it. What we're talking
about has already been.
I didn't say he had to know about it, and he surely must have read it. I said you act as though you don't know about it, so I will read it to you.
Mm-hmm.
What you are doing is telling me I'm supposed to know about this Peter Navarro.
Peter Navarro said they had got together and they.
All right, thank you. Why did you do that in the first place?
They had came up with a plan. You know, this is after the president lost, and so they had a plan on how they were going to win back the White House after the election. That's what it really was about, Sarge. And he came and bragged about it.
All right, so he's not supposed to be able to make a plan? Did he make an illegal plan?
After the election?
No, when you answer my question, I accept that he said that. Now, did he make an illegal plan?
Yes.
What is your evidence of an illegal plan that he concocted?
Sorry, you sound crazy now.
This is what I mean. You want? I ask you a question. I acknowledge what you said, and I ask you to elaborate, and you all of a sudden you get cold feet.
I tell you what, Sarge, I don't remember all the details, but
well, then maybe you're not making a very
ready
good
to
point.
come in and tell you about what he said. They had
maybe you're not making a very good point because you're insufficiently informed. Now you want me to comment on it when you can't give me the information.
They had a plan to devise.
You want me to comment on something that you have failed to give me sufficient information about.
Hey, hold on. Hey, East Coast, man. Hold on. The Green Bay sweep, man. Real quick.
Yeah. Go ahead. Big.
Put together by Steve Bannon, right? The Electoral College vote count will be blocked by repeated challenges to various states. Vote counts by Republican members of the House and Senate favorable to Donald Trump. Each challenge could take up to 2 hours of debate by each chamber individually, leading to as much as 24 hours of televised hearing. The Green Bay sweep was intended to implement a strategy laid out by the Eastman memos for the purpose of overturning election results such that Donald Trump would be designated as president for a second term.
Thank you, Big OC.
All right, so now he just outlined something that was within the purview of the Electoral Vote Count Act. There's nothing whatsoever illegal about doing that if that is what was suggested. There is nothing illegal about doing such a thing if that in fact is what Peter Navarro was suggesting.
I'm just telling you.
I'm just telling you.
You sound like one of those insurrectionists talking like that.
See what I mean? See what I mean about you? You dishonest bastard. I just said,
I'm
now
not a name
just read what he read, and what he read is correct. And everything he just read was what you just said that he was proposing to do, unless you have something you've left out. And now you change the subject again because you try to sabotage.
Don't call names, Sarge.
Man, this is bullshit.
Don't call
this is bullshit.
Sarge, do you know why they didn't go through with the
What was illegal about it?
No, do you know why the plan didn't go? Why it didn't work?
Why do you think it didn't go through?
Because Mike Pence said, "Fuck that shit."
All right, well then Mike Pence derailed it then. So where's the illegality?
No, forget that. What I want to know about
getting the vice president involved at that level was the illegality of it.
So, okay, tell me what is illegal about it.
No, he's talking about basically he supports that.
You're the vice
I
president.
swear to God, man, you really have no concept of illegality whatsoever.
Go ahead.
You have no knowledge of history or precedent either.
We want to know about that second set of ballots, that second set of electoral votes that the Republicans had.
Okay. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me now, because I'm not going to make shit up like Tyrone does. Every single state has a provision for an alternate slate of electors for whatever reason. Because the plane that is carrying the electors crashes, they all die, and you got to come up with another slate of electors. Every state has such a provision. What Donald Trump was proposing was that any alternate slate of electors would be certified by that state and submitted by that state as an alternate slate of electors.
Wait a minute.
There would be nothing illegal about that if they did.
Everything you just said is fucking illegal, idiot. What is wrong with you?
There's some prosecutions getting ready to go now on those electors. There's some.
I mean, you don't know a goddamn thing.
I've heard about some
If
prosecutions.
you say that, you don't know nothing.
The electors.
Any slate of electors that is certified by the proper officials in the state with their signature and the state seal, and it is done in accordance with state law, is a legal slate of electors.
That's
whether
true.
It's the primary slate of electors or an alternate slate.
Okay, so you're mixing stuff up, right? Listen, guys.
What did I mix up?
Shut up. Listen, the states don't have these alternate slates of electors. The only reason that the alternate slates of electors is in the conversation right now is because of this coup plot, right? So now Sarge is trying to justify the existence of these alternate slate of electors. And the reason that the alternate slates of elector is illegal is because they're going to fucking court now, and they're going to
that's what I'm saying.
Jail.
They're being prosecuted.
They're being prosecuted. So these alternate
Wait a minute. No. What's happening right now is that Congress is trying to pass legislation to clarify the Electoral Vote Count Act to ensure that this kind of thing cannot happen again.
This is separate.
Because right now it isn't as clear as you say. So they are actually trying to create new legislation to amend it so this kind of thing will have no more doubt. There has been a doubt about it.
Why are you doing that, sir?
Because it's true. Are you not paying attention? What do you think they're trying to get passed in Congress right now?
Not to you, though, man. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I just asked the question. You don't want to answer it, fine.
Hold on, Sarge. Was their slate of electoral votes legitimate? If they were states Trump lost in, but this other set, the electoral votes were all going for him in states he lost in. That's legitimate?
The electoral count vote was reversed in the Rutherford Hayes-Tilden election. The first electoral count was taken, and Congress reversed it after they met together to have a commission about it. They reversed the electoral vote. Now, goddammit, nobody said that was illegal. That's why you guys need to crack open a few books every now and then.
Well, I'm just trying to argue with your dumbass. Listen, Sarge, if everything that you're talking about was legal, then it would not be going through the court systems right now. It just wouldn't be.
Bullshit. These Democrats engage lawfare every chance they get.
Sarge,
they engage in lawfare.
People have been charged with seditious conspiracy and other charges.
Rioters, goddammit! Why do you keep asking me like I've done to defend rioters? I'm talking about changing. I'm talking about contesting the electoral vote count, which was done in 1876, and nobody tried to put anybody in jail over it.
Okay, so I'm gonna finish with what I'm saying. People have been charged with seditious conspiracy, in part based off of the conspiracy that Sarge is promoting now, because it wasn't just the rioters by itself, and it wasn't just the fake electors by itself. There was a big old scheme. And one of the big parts was Trump making that phone call to Georgia to Rassenberg. Lindsey Graham is now in trouble now for telling them to find dead voters. And so it was a big old scheme. And part of the shit that Sarge is talking about now and why people are going to jail charged with seditious conspiracy against this damn country is part of the plot was once Mike Pence got that fake slate of electors, he was supposed to push the the real electors back to the state to be questioned, and just like Big OC just said, and it was supposed to hold up some fucking time of bullshit, and the Proud Boys and them people getting charged with seditious conspiracy was there just in case for intimidation and all of that kind, and even to fucking kill people to a certain point was part of the goddamn plot. So Trump can get in there, and actually Trump was going to come in with 10,000 National Guard. That's where the damn 10,000 National Guard came with for Trump, and actually forced on people to instate him as fucking king. Basically, Steve Bannon said it in a goddamn audio. So that's what the fuck was supposed to happen. All of that shit go together, Sarge. You can't have the electors without the fucking seditious conspiracy guys. All that shit go together. So I got your line back open.
Now, let me ask you a question, since you heard what you just said. You know, I always listen to what you say so I can respond. What does the Constitution of the United States, supreme law of the land, say about the selection of electors? What does it say?
I don't know what the Constitution
Everything else is subordinate to the Constitution. So what does the Constitution say about the state selection of electors? What does it say?
Okay, hold on. Listen, I don't know what the Constitution said about electors, right? But the duties of the vice president, what he's supposed to do with those electors, is in the Constitution. And they're just shoring it up just to make sure that nobody won't question the shit. You're acting like there's a flaw or a hole and it was authorized with this legislation that just got passed. That ain't what's going on, guys. They just want to make sure that there's no fucking dollar store lawyers that can ever question that wording again. That doesn't mean that the vice president was authorized to insert a fucking alternate slate of election. So I don't know what the Constitution said about electors, but I know the vice president duties are clear in the electors, and he's just there ceremoniously.
Tyrone, listen to me. The vice president cannot, may not, and under the Constitution must never attempt to introduce a slate of electors. The only entity under the Constitution that's commit a slate of electors to the Electoral College is the state that sends them. So, Mike Pence, you're right. Mike Pence cannot do it. If anybody said that Mike Pence could do that, which they did not, I would agree with you 100%. But that is not what was being suggested.
Well, that's what Peter Navarro was saying. Let me.
No, I don't care what he said. He's not a constitutional expert, apparently.
Hold on.
Even if he did say it, I believe you're lying about what he said. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that he did. Then he is wrong.
Hold on.
Look, I don't want to even talk about Peter Navarro. Like I said, for the sake of argument, he is wrong.
Hold on.
What is not wrong is that any state of electors that is done in accordance with state law and is submitted by the proper certifying authority of the state is sent to the Electoral College is a valid slate.
Okay, so listen, hold on for a minute. And I just listened to Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro was saying that he was going to get the vice president to remand the electors back to the state to give them time, right? That is not the vice president's duty. He's there, like I said, he's there ceremoniously, and he's supposed to go ahead and process these damn electors. He's not supposed to remand them back to the damn state. And I guess what they're doing in the legislation is they're trying to clear up that language. So that's what Peter Navarro
Now, see, that's pretty much what I just said. With the exception of the vice president's role, which is arguable, and people have been arguing that role for decades.
Well, I mean, what the fuck are you arguing with us for?
All right, well, before this issue ever came up, people were arguing whether or not the vice president role was merely ministerial and ceremonial, or whether he had a function of veto over the electors being sent. That's been argued for decades.
No, it hasn't.
Sarge, it was your
Republican
Party. Hold on.
Let's
not
started
get it
that
twisted. It's his Republican. Hold on. It's your Republican Party that's questioning it. Sarge, stop playing it. They don't want to accept it.
Why do you keep citing to me these people you claim to be authorities like I'm supposed to submit to them?
Sarge, listen.
Why do you do this?
No,
I can argue about anything with anybody, including the Republican Party.
Let's argue the facts, right? Listen, this is the fact, Sorry, this is the fact that there's a large portion of people, including your former president, that had and said that his vice president could do the right thing and to basically do what he was supposed to do in his eyes, which was to grant him the presidency. Sarge, let's not play that game, Sarge. Okay?
Let me tell you the one good thing
and
that might come out of all of this.
Hold on, and they all said that he had the authority. He said, no, he has the power to do that. Okay. You have Republicans out there fighting, saying that, yes, he could have done it. And when they started looking into the law and people started doing their research, when you can't deny and started understanding what that means, because it's in the books, then they couldn't deny them. Oh, no.
All right.
Come
I'll tell you what we can do.
Be clear.
We can get, we can get Fannie Willis's little grand jury over there in Fulton County. You know, all these Democrats in Fulton County right there near Atlanta. They can charge Donald Trump with a fraudulent attempt to alter an election, and we'll see where it all winds up, and we'll get a definitive ruling, ultimately, probably, from the Supreme Court. So let's just wait and see. Let's just wait and see. Let's see if Fannie Willis is successful in getting a little indictment against Donald Trump for fraudulently attempting to alter an election using the methods we described here tonight. We both agree with what occurred. An alternate slate of electors submitted by the state at the prompting of various officials, and we'll see if that is unconstitutional and or illegal and or fraudulent. So at least we'll get a ruling about it. We'll know for sure.
Well, we already know those people are in trouble, Sarge, and those state attorney generals are in trouble for fucking sending that shit up. They're already in trouble. You ain't been following the damn news.
Well,
nigga.
I'll tell you what, they didn't indict nobody in 1876. Let's see if they do it today.
This was nothing like 1876. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yes, it is. You better read the history of it.
Oh God! Listen, okay,
it isn't exactly the same, but it's similar.
Okay, so listen, I'm gonna mute you for a second. This was nothing like 1876. The reason it was not like 1876 because Donald Trump lost the election clearly by millions of votes. He refused to accept the outcome of a free and fair election. That in itself makes it nothing like 1876 because there was a clear winner. Another reason that it wasn't like 1876 because this plot started way before the election was fucking over. That's how they got those fake slate of electors in place way ahead of time. This was nothing like 1876 because of the conspiracy to goddamn get these people in place. Look, and these fucking state attorney generals to approve these goddamn documents and send it up to fucking Mike Pence. It has nothing to do with 1876.
I'm glad you stopped him, Tyrone.
Huh?
Hey, East Coast. Hey, hold on, Tyrone. Ahead, look, real quick. Right here it says, last week, Mr. Pence's two top White House aides testified before the federal grand jury investigating the elector scheme. The two aides, Mark Short, Mr. Pence's chief of staff, and Greg Jacob, his counsel, were present in the Oval Office on January 4th, 2021, when Mr. Trump and Mr. Eastman tried unsuccessfully to convince Mr. Pence that he could invoke the competing elector slates to derail the congressional certification 2 days later. As part of its criminal investigation, the Justice Department has begun asking witnesses in case about Mr. Trump's involvement.
Yeah, see right there, that proves it. I mean,
wait, what is this proof of,
we do our research over here, Sarge.
Big OC, you just read something. Now,
we
what
do
is
our
that
research
proof of?
over here, Sarge.
Big OC, what is that proof of?
We do our research.
It proved that it was planned prior.
Anybody can answer a fucking question. What is the proof? Now, what does that tend to prove, Big OC?
It proved it was planned prior.
See, this is what I mean. I know I'm not going to answer. But just fuck it. Yeah, don't answer. Don't answer.
We just answered you, nigga.
Bullshit, you did.
It proved prior planning. Can you hear that?
And the problem with that is
that you're saying that the outcome or the question of the election happened on that day. It did not. And that's why you're comparing it to the 1800s.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you're saying that before there was an election outcome that Trump certainly was going to win, he was planning for his defeat. Wait a minute, answer my question.
Yes.
I don't understand you to say that you are saying that before Donald Trump lost an election, that he was certain that he was going to win, he was planning this scheme.
Okay, so listen. Okay, big
Will you
East
answer my
Coast.
question, please?
I am going to answer you, but East Coast, I'm going to let you go. And Sarge, here's the answer to your question. Please pay attention. Here's the answer to your
And
question.
what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner.
So Steve Bannon now is an apostle of truth.
More of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. We're going to have Antifa crazy, the media crazy, the courts are crazy, and Trump's going to be sitting there mocking, tweeting shit out, you lose. I'm the winner. I'm the king. And he'll be all over. He'll be going, where's Hunter? Is Hunter on a crack pipe? I mean, no, he'll be, because then it doesn't matter. Remember, here's the thing. After that, Trump never has to go to a voter again. He's going to fire Ray, the FBI director, and fire the he's going to say, fuck you. How about that? Because he's never going to, he's done his last election. Oh, he's going to be off the chain. He's going to be crazy. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. No, because he's going to sit right there and say they stole it.
Agree.
I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. It's going to be no. He's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit.
I want to play this part one more time so you can hear this. If Trump is losing,
never gonna. He's done his last election. Oh, he's going to be off the chain. He's going to be crazy. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. Because he's going to sit right there and say they stole it.
Agree.
I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. It's going to be no. He's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit.
Now you can't ignore that prior planning right there. I mean, I don't know what the fuck else to tell you.
That's arrogance.
Now, I heard what you played. Now listen to me. Steve Bannon was not in the employ of either the Republican National Committee or Donald Trump when he made those statements. He made those statements as opinions as a private citizen. And you are now telling me that they bind him to Donald Trump in a conspiracy? Are you fucking nuts?
And it is a private citizen.
That's all you want. I don't even think you get a Washington, D.C. jury to buy that shit.
Okay, so let me say this right here. Everybody know without experience, and Steve didn't have any knowledge about politics or nothing, right? I think he was a movie creator or some bullshit, or a blogger or some shit before he even went to Washington. He was Donald Trump's top advisor. Steve Bannon was, right? And because of the controversy with his racist ties with white nationalism, Donald Trump had to push him aside. But that does not mean that Steve Bannon and Donald Trump did not associate. As a matter of fact, after Steve Bannon was out of the White House, he returned to the White House on several occasions, and the news media would report of the advice that Steve Bannon was given to goddamn Donald Trump. So I just said because he was not hired by the White House, that somehow or another this audio is irrelevant. The reason that it's not irrelevant is because we watched Donald Trump do a play-by-play of what Steve Bannon just fucking said. So stop with the dumb shit, Sarge. You can't dismiss this. You can't push this to the goddamn side because you saying Steve Bannon didn't work for the fucking White House. Quit that. Stop it, nigga.
How many times did Barack Obama associate with Robert Byrd, Van Fleegle, or West Virginia Ku Klux Klan? How many times did he associate with him there, even when it didn't have anything to do with official business?
Obama.
Will you answer my question? You're going to avoid that one too.
That's not a question.
I've already said to you, I think there is no connection. I've already said to you that I don't think there is any connection between the unemployed Steve Bannon, not employed by Donald Trump, not employed by the Republican National Committee. There is no connection with any conspiracy in Steve Bannon whatsoever.
Okay, so
what was he doing at the? Hey, Sarge, what do you think he was doing at the White House then?
Well, now I'm supposed to be a spokesman of Steve Bannon now?
No, I'm just asking.
When he worked for him, he was an advisor.
No, I'm saying when he didn't work for him.
What time he went to the White House? Be specific.
I don't know, but he went there.
I mean, I just like to say things that have no association with anything. And I'm supposed to be able to respond intelligently to it.
Okay. Answer me this. What the fuck was the pillow guy doing there?
He's a citizen with an opinion who is protesting the outcome of an election. That's what. What do you think?
We got a lot of citizens. Why was...
God damn it, answer the question. What do you think?
Okay, so check this out.
Now you're the lost for words. What do you
question? No, yeah, you asked him a question and he asked you a question.
I answered the question. Mike Lindell is a citizen with a grievance about the outcome of the election, protesting the election, exercising his First Amendment right.
Why don't you be honest?
No, because you won't shut up.
No. Why don't you be honest and say the My Pillow guy was there?
I'm not going to say anything you tell me to say.
No.
I'm not going to say anything you tell me to say. I'm going to answer it in my own words.
Hold on. No, but what we all know is that My Pillow guy is a donor, Sarge. He is donating money, Sarge.
Well, you're free to speculate all you want. I don't have to adopt it.
He's not?
Okay.
He admits it.
So let me just put this right here on this audio, right? Based off of that audio, it was used as evidence in the January 6th committee's hearings, right? Steve Bannon's audio. And based off of that in part, Donald Trump got criminal referrals from the January 6th committee of obstructing official proceedings, conspiracy to defraud the government, and inciting or assisting an insurrection. So based in part off of that audio as evidence, Sarge, even though you're
that goes to show you what brilliant legal scholars, them assholes on that invalid...
Shut up. Listen, even though you're dismissing it, it was used as evidence in the fucking January 6th hearings to actually refer charges to the president of the United States of America. You can ignore it all the fuck you want to. That just shows what we've always been said about your dumb ass as being a fucking cult following idiot. But they used that audio as evidence.
I did not ignore it. I responded to it directly. So what the fuck are you listening to? I didn't ignore it.
You keep saying it's irrelevant. He didn't work there.
All that referral proves is how illegally illiterate, ignorant, and constitutionally tone deaf them idiots on that fucking illegitimate kangaroo court that they call the January 6th committee is.
That audio
That's all it proves.
The audio
and nothing else.
The audio was used as evidence. As a matter of fact, yeah, the audio was used.
I already know that. I've already responded to it, didn't I?
Okay.
And I'm telling you, it only proves how stupid they are.
Well, whatever. So, see, you're ignoring every goddamn thing. You ignoring Carrie Lake's fucking loss.
I am not ignoring it. I directly responded to it. Okay. I didn't agree with you. That's all.
Okay, well, I mean, it's relevant.
See, you have a problem with English. You don't know what the word ignore means.
What the hell ever, sir? You just want to yell. You just mad because you getting your ass kicked tonight. That's all.
No, I know. I believe this is a marathon, and we're in it for the long haul. I don't expect instant victories. I'm not a little child like you motherfuckers are.
Tyrone.
I expect we might be in this for the long term, if at all, if we prevail at all. This is going to be a marathon. Right now, it's in the opening stages of the battle to correct all this electoral fraud.
We understand, Sarge. I want to know about Mike Lindell. He's funding her legal fees. Carrie Lake, did you know that?
Yeah.
Sarge?
And the problem with that is what?
And he's funding, well, I'm just saying, what is he going to get out of it?
All right, you don't like funding Carrie Lake's election.
No, I just wondered, what is this political aspiration?
I don't know, other than the fact that he thinks she's got a case that ought to be made in court. That's the only thing I know for sure.
He's funding
now, what do you think about it, East Coast? What do you think about it?
Well, you know,
I just told you what I think about it. Now you tell me what you think about it. I'm not ignoring you. I'm responding to you. Now you answer my question, please.
I'm answering it. I said, this is what I know about Mike Lindell. He's a conservative. He sells pillows and sheets, and he was brought to court for his customers sued him, and he's still in business. I thought he had filed bankruptcy one time, and then he hooked up with Trump, and you see he's everywhere promoting, but the guy's going bankrupt, and now he's over there with Kerry Lake. So I'm just wondering. He said he want to be the RNC chair. That's the position that he's seeking. But maybe he has higher aspirations like Kerry Lake. You said Kerry Lake is, she could be presidential material. Didn't you say that?
Stacey Abrams can. She damn sure can. You're damn right. She's not as big a loser as Stacey Abrams. She ain't lost the governorship twice. And these rats would talk about Stacey Abrams like she was the second coming, like she was the president, I don't know, of the United Earth or some shit. Yes, Kerry Lake could be presidential material. Yes. At least as much as Stacey Abrams. The only thing with her, she's only lost the governorship once, not twice, like Stacey.
Hold on.
Yeah, I know. You know what?
Now that we on Kerry Lake, what about Sarah Palin, Sarge? Huh? Is she?
What, Ronald Reagan?
No, hold on.
Ronald Reagan ran 3 times for president.
Hold on, man, Ronald Reagan. Listen.
He lost 3 times for president.
Sarge, Sarah Palin. Is she presidential material, Sarge?
She's not particularly my cup of tea for president, but she's a lot more qualified to be president than Hillary Clinton was. So,
how do you figure that, Sarge?
All right. That's it, Sarge.
Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, and she was a senator.
You got the Republican.
Yeah, I'm taking all that into account there, Greg.
Yeah, you got the GOP brand.
I noticed how she performed at the job.
Wow.
So that's why I made the statement I did, Greg. She was Secretary of State. She was a lousy one.
Well, we talk about Liz. I mean, Reagan ran 3 times for presidency, so finally won.
Well, are you trying to say now?
I mean, I'm not a fan of state.
You're as governor of California. You mean the governor of California didn't prosper under his governorship?
Look, I'm not a fan of Stacey Abrams, but she lost twice. Reagan lost. Look at Nixon. He lost presidency. He lost her governorship. I mean, there's a lot of people lost. Look at Biden. He ran 2.
So what? Abraham Lincoln lost.
Look at Biden. Biden ran through 3rd time before finally got in there. I mean, come on, man. A lot of people lost.
Abraham Lincoln lost. People lose,
right.
And they come back. Harry Truman lost.
Came back.
Yeah,
Truman.
Hold on. You know who lost and who ain't coming back? Donald Trump, Sarge. It's over.
Okay, whatever.
It's over for him.
Hey, thank you for prognosticating your crystal ball. Yeah, thank you, crystal ball reading. And we really appreciate it.
You know when it's gonna get bad? When he does those rallies and there's only like 10 people there, Sarge. Remember?
Oh, Donald Trump? You mean like with Joe Biden? Like when he had rallies, there were 10 people there.
I'm saying.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Donald Trump's gonna be just like that, sure.
Sarge.
Okay. I swear, whatever Democrats say, just look and see, and you'll know what they actually know. When they accuse something to somebody else, all you got to do is show them what actually happened, and then you know what they're thinking.
Sarge, you wanna be realistic, or you wanna keep fantasy out?
How many people were Joe Biden's rallies?
Sarge.
You're gonna answer. You're not gonna answer. Go ahead. Just continue.
Throw that out the window. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, you really ought to throw that whole thing out the window. Let's do that.
You said people lost and then they won. But one person that's been losing is going to always be a loser is Donald Trump. He's not going to win the presidency nomination. He's not. Watch, Sarge. It's not going to happen. The Republican Party is crumbling, Sarge. I'm telling you.
Oh man, this is like predicting that the infantryman is like predicting that the atomic bomb that the infantryman is going to be obsolete. Yeah, people say this kind of shit all the time.
Tell McCarthy to get it together, Sarge.
All right, look, but by the way, just for your information, I actually agree with you that his nomination is not a sure thing. I do agree with that. But you're making it an impossibility, which I definitely don't agree with either.
Who are we talking about now, McCarthy, or are you talking about Donald Trump?
I said I do not think it is a sure thing that Donald Trump will get the nomination for the Republican Party as president. I agree with you that it is not a sure thing. But what I disagree with you is as an impossibility. That I do not agree with.
Sarge. Unless he could do some miracle, because you see, he's built on controversy and trying to turn the tide of when things are not going in his favor. He makes it, and even if it's bad publicity, he gets the attention.
Yeah, you know what?
Right? If
Trump was smart, he talks too goddamn long.
Hold on. Listen, he's very good at marketing. So this is the thing. He got to be able to have something to market. You see, when he came out with that virtue card, that was something where he got the people's attention. Even though to me it's ridiculous and it looks like he's desperate, but he was able to make $4 million off of something that's not tangible and physical. So he got that off, and then he got the people to buy it. So what I'm saying is that he's going to have to pull a trick out of his bag. If he doesn't have a trick out the bag, Sarge, he is going to lose. He's not going to win. I guarantee you that.
If he was smart, he would let DeSantis take the nomination, Trump run as the vice president.
Not going to let that happen.
And then, if he was smart, that's what he should do. And then have DeSantis clean up his shit.
No, I think that would be a foolish move. I don't agree with that at all.
Why? Explain to me why. I think it's a smart move.
Trump ought to be the president nomination. DeSantis ought to be the vice president nomination.
That's not going to happen.
No. Let DeSantis take the top job. Have Trump taking the vice presidency. I think it's a brilliant move. Why do you give it?
I don't think so, but
you don't like that idea at all. You don't like that.
I think
you don't want to be where Pence was.
No, I'm looking at.
I think it's brilliant. I think it's a brilliant idea.
This conversation is stupid because Sarge is not even acknowledging that Donald Trump wants to rip the Constitution up just to be in fucking charge.
Yeah.
I mean, he don't even believe in the Constitution, and you're saying that
his backers don't care. His backers don't care.
It's not even about his backers, Greg. Whenever you swear into any office, you was in the military, you take an oath of office. You swear to support and defend that fucking Constitution. This guy don't believe in the goddamn Constitution, and Sarge is saying that he should be in charge of the goddamn Constitution.
You know what I suggest that you do, Tyrone? I suggest you read the Constitution. Finally, at last, you will know about the key provisions. I ask you about it when I ask you about them. You don't even know what you got.
But you're not even acknowledging that Donald Trump.
You don't even know what the Constitution says. So how can you decide what you're protecting and defending?
Listen to what I'm saying. Donald Trump acknowledges that he wants to rip the Constitution up so he can be in power. You're not even talking about that. Do you understand?
Well, once again, that's a distortion of what he said, but go ahead.
It's not a distortion. You want me to pull it up for you?
He said it himself. Bring the audio so he can hear it with himself.
He said that he got to redo.
I've heard Tyrone talk about getting rid of the Constitution too.
See, y'all don't
on
know
the show.
What I'm saying. I'm not
starting over. Tyrone, remember that?
I just went through this with ABC.
That was you.
That is not what I said.
Years ago, you talked about, and I said it'd be hard to do it because of the Congress. It'd be hard to get a new constitution in this country.
Yeah, but Tyrone is not the damn president of the United States.
I said, and I'm gonna say it for you, you stupid ass. I said the Constitution needs to be ripped up and thrown away and redone.
Yeah, you said that.
Shut the fuck up. Hey, listen to the whole thing that I'm saying. It need to be ripped up and thrown away and redone and rewritten to treat everybody equally. That's what I said. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
so that's the same thing Trump's talking about.
President. Listen, so it doesn't even matter what you say because you ain't even the president. He's saying crazy shit.
It would be. It wouldn't be the president anyway. It would be Congress.
But the president, but the president saying that. Plus, he got in there because of the Constitution. What is he talking about? Like, it sounds crazy. The president.
I'm saying Tyrone talked about ripping the Constitution years ago. I remember that conversation.
You always change the subject about me. I was talking to Sarge and how he's not acknowledging that Donald Trump don't like the Constitution, but Sarge wants him to be in front of it.
You don't like it either, Tyrone. You hypocrite.
I'm not the fucking president, you moron. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What do you Neither is Trump, you moron.
You don't listen.
Trump's not the president either, you moron.
I gotta repeat what I
said. Fucking idiot.
Greg, well, rubbing Vaseline.
I gotta repeat what I say 10 or 15 times before it gets to your blockhead.
Let me stop. See, there you got me saying.
Especially when you hear what Donald Trump says.
You what?
He didn't say what you said he said.
He did say that. Okay, I'm offended. I'm a scroll down.
Gilligan's Island over here. Gilligan's Island. That's who you are. Damn.
Oh, Lord. This motherfucker.
Go find it, Tyrone. Go. Once you go eat a ham hock or something, and then come on back, all right? And clear your hair.
Greg, I'm not going to do this. You acting gay, man.
What Donald Trump said is what I said. Fraud vitiates everything. That's what. When a fraud is committed, it vitiates everything. It is meaningless when something is based on fraud.
It's like you taking his audio and trying to change it up and edit it. He said what he said. That's it. He said it with his own words. It's not what somebody else said.
You want to put him in jail over that? I'm just asking yes or no.
Now you admitting that he said it, and now you
No, I'm trying to move the conversation forward. Let's say that he said it.
No,
do you think he ought to go to jail over that?
Sarge, this is when you find yourself that you are wrong.
No. I'm trying to move the conversation forward. I'm not going to keep arguing the same point.
No, but you always do that. Listen, it's the same thing that.
I don't think he said it. If I say it, you can go back and forth me all fucking night.
But listen to the audio.
Where's the audio where he said that? He
Find
said that
it on the internet.
No, he said it in his tweet. He didn't say it on audio.
Look at his tweet. Who typed it? It was in his fingers?
All right, so he didn't say there's no audio to play.
Was it his fingers that typed it or something else?
Maybe it was an aid. I don't know.
Was it his legs? Was it his feet that typed it?
I don't know. I'm going to assume that it was.
All right, then. And then, hold on. If it was his aide that tweeted it, then he must have told his aide to tweet that, right? By words.
I would guess.
All right, then. So why are you denying this shit? Like, come
because
on,
there's a context to the way he said it, which you choose to ignore.
One way, whenever you look at somebody saying get rid of the Constitution, especially if you was a former fucking president, man. Come on, man. He's supposed to fucking be to protect the Constitution, sorry.
I want you to tell me where during his tendency as president he violated the Constitution in any significant way.
There we go.
Well, I mean, you tell me the guy ripped up the Constitution, so it ought to be easy for you to answer that question.
What was your question?
Well, listen carefully. I want you to tell me, no matter what he said, where during his tenure he made an unconstitutional act that violated the United States Constitution.
Oh, God. Okay, well, first, you know my favorite one. My number one is the emoluments clause. And then he shut the fuck up. And then he went on and had his children profiting off of the goddamn White House. And not only that, he made that phone call with Vladimir Zelensky and tried to interfere with our elections. And not only that, he called the fucking Georgia Secretary of State or whoever the fuck and tried to cheat in the goddamn election. Now that's just a small amount of things, but the list goes on how Donald Trump violated the goddamn Constitution. And this is what he said. He said, do you throw out the presidential election results for the 2020 election and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type of magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Trump wrote in his social media network post on social media. So he want to terminate the goddamn Constitution. So, I mean, and you're telling me that he should be in charge of the goddamn Constitution. You want him to do this shit again, and he don't believe in the Constitution.
Well, one more time. Nothing terminates the Constitution except the Constitutional Convention.
It's his
Ouch. That's an ouch, Tyrone.
To the extent that Donald Trump said that, then he is wrong.
Yes,
okay?
he is. He shouldn't be
Right,
in
now,
charge
wait a
of
minute.
the
Let me finish. God damn it. You ain't going to be gotcha Sarge or nothing. Because you ain't. All right. To the extent that he said the Constitution, nothing does that but a Constitutional Convention, as you said, that rips up the old one and writes a new one. And that's in Article 5 of the Constitution. So nothing else does that but that. Now, everything else he said, except that last phrase, is correct because ab initio vicia, fraud obviates everything. That means if the election was based on fraud, which I believe it was, it is invalid, and every regulation supporting it is invalid also.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying, though. What you have to do as the president is swear in to support and defend this thing. You won't terminate it. That makes no goddamn sense. You are promoting that this guy get elected and get rid of the fucking laws of this goddamn land.
Do what he
that
wants.
Makes no goddamn sense.
And then do
he
what
don't
he
want
wants.
to. He don't want to abide by the rules of this fucking nation, Sarge. The fuck?
Presidents can be wrong in their statements about the Constitution. This corruptocrat in the White House is wrong every day, and with anything he says about the Constitution. What matters is what he does.
Sarge dancing on a ceiling.
Not what he says.
Upside down.
He's projecting what he wants to fucking do, Sarge.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't share it.
It's not my opinion. It's
Sarge, why is it that you dance around everything, Sarge?
I gave you a direct answer. You just don't like it.
You know,
I answered you directly. I said that what matters is what he does, not as much as what he says. Because if you believe that, you would want Joe Biden gone tomorrow.
Sarge, did you
hear what I just said? You don't say that about Joe Biden.
I heard that. In your career, did you ever do professional ballroom dancing, Sarge? Huh?
Yes.
Have you? Yeah, I can see. You're dancing around all this shit.
All right, yeah. Well, I'm pretty good at it, ain't I?
You're dancing on the ceiling,
Yeah,
Sarge.
I'm pretty good at it, ain't I?
Yeah, you are good. Yeah, you're just dancing all around the room.
Right, but the main thing is I'm not president either.
You're doing the tango. You're doing a tango on us, Sarge.
Yeah, what about the Article? Hey, Sarge, why you mentioned Article 5? Why did you bring up Article 5?
Article 5 is that article of the Constitution. Well, I tell you all to read the damn thing. It's only 54 pages. The Article 5 of the Constitution allows for a convention of the states to rewrite the Constitution. All right? It's not initiated by the president. It's not even initiated by Congress. It's initiated by the people in the states. And if you get a constitutional convention, you can rewrite part or all of the Constitution and have a completely new one. Read Article 5.
I'm looking at Article 5.
Read it! Don't believe me. Read it.
I'm reading it.
So that's why Greg and ABC get triggered when they hear that fucking first part of what I said about, oh, you said you're gonna get rid of the Constitution. I didn't say that. You didn't give me the whole goddamn thing that I fucking said because my whole
but
ground,
you
my whole
want to get
basis,
rid of it for two different reasons, right?
Yeah, my whole basis is because of racism and injustice in this damn country. That Constitution,
right?
He
want to do it to do what the fuck he want to do and overturn shit and.
No, I'll just make it a point. Tyrone's a hypocrite. That's all. A Southern black ass hypocrite. I'll just make it a point. That's all.
My main point, though, Tyrone, is you're going to rip up the Constitution. You got to do it in accordance with the Constitution. And Article 5 is your mechanism to do that, and you never mention it.
Well, listen, I think you was in the goddamn conversation, you dumbass, though, all those years ago. We was talking about fucking racism, and we was saying that needs to, well, you was asking me what the fuck needs to get done.
Well, why do I have to make your arguments for you? Aren't you capable of doing it?
No, you know what, sir?
Jesus Christ, I got to make your arguments too. Hell, I got enough trouble making my own on this motherfucker.
He's doing the twist now. He's doing the twist on it.
Yeah, I'm going to make Tyrone's arguments for him.
I ain't saying that. I said it was a long time ago. You probably don't remember.
Right. Yeah.
All right, I could have said it. Tyrone, Admittedly, I could have said it, but I chose not to. I don't want to give you no ideas.
No, Sarge. Why the? Never mind. Anyway, I don't say what ABC and Greg be saying. I be saying. They need to give the whole clarity of the shit. That
because
is that.
You said it, Tyrone.
I did.
You said it. I heard it.
I said what
Okay.
I just said what I just quoted to you. What did I just quote?
Maybe I just misheard you.
To be fair to Tyrone, and I hate being fair to Tyrone, there is a mechanism in the Constitution to rip it up and write a new one.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. You know what, Tyrone, why don't you give up?
That's the problem with it. If he talks like that, I was waiting for him one day. One of these days he's going to mention Article 5. I'm going to wait for him to say it.
You can't get him, Tyrone. Leave Sarge alone. You've been trying for the last 7, 8 years. Quit trying to get him. I don't even fuck with Sarge. I got enough sense to leave that nigga alone. You cannot get him, Tyrone. Give it up, all right?
I don't know why this gay ass drunk man wants to call in here and call my name all night long. Bitch, I don't want to talk to you. The fuck wrong with him? Tyrone. Gay ass.
Tyrone, you can't fuck with Sarge. Leave him alone, nigga. I'm tired of watching you getting your head beat in every night with a shovel, by Sarge. So just give it up, man.
He's been drinking.
Big OC, take over.
Yeah.
Pepsi Cola, no sugar. You can't fuck with him. Leave him alone. I don't fuck with Sarge. I got no sense to let nigga alone. He researches everything, man. He knows his shit verbatim. That's why I don't fuck with him, all right?
Well, that's because you respect.
You too, JYC. You know the dumb nigga with a little bit of knowledge,
So I don't know where the hell you been. Sarge just promoted a woman that lost a court case and said that she proved her point. He also promoted that somehow another Donald Trump.
I like that girl. What's her name?
Another loser.
I forgot her. She's sexy as hell. What's her name? I forgot.
He also is blindly supporting this fucking liar from New York.
Oh my God,
George Santos. So I don't know what you mean. Sarge knows his shit. You just love Sarge. I don't know what the fuck wrong with you. Sarge. I
don't love Sarge. I'm on the opposite political. I'm on the other side. Look, I'm a Democrat. I'm a libertarian leanings. But I'm a Democrat my whole life. But I just know not to fuck with him. You guys keep trying to fuck with him. I don't know. And he's head in with a hammer with a every night. You guys must like the mental abuse that you take from that man, while he's sitting here with a trash can.
Here's my point. My point. Sarge's been wrong on everything tonight, and you're saying that he's this fucking damn great person. So I don't know what the fuck you listening to.
Greg is drinking that shit.
Ham hock or something. Come on back, all right?
I don't know how you take my objections to mean that I'm wrong. I mean, the judge made a ruling, and judges have made plenty of rulings that I thought were correct that you thought were completely wrong.
Sarge,
and you don't ever take it back, and you never even admit that you're wrong.
You literally told East Coast that Carrie Lake proved her point. That's what the fuck you said.
Won the election.
Okay, listen to me. Listen, because you have trouble with that blockade of yours. Based on what I read of the court, and I remember I watched the trial live, almost all of it. I think she proved her case. The defense did not meaningfully contradict it in any way. Wow. So, yes, I say she proved her case.
Okay, well, she didn't because she lost, and she's not the
governor.
All right,
well, whatever. If you think this is simply losing, you better go back and check with the people in the civil rights movement then, because they lost one hell of a lot of court cases.
Sorry,
ain't got shit to do with the hell we talking about. The lady lost, man.
Sarge. This is not the civil rights movement, Sarge. This is a woman claiming she won an election that she didn't, using the Donald Trump tactic.
Yeah, and she's also referring to civil rights as she doesn't.
Sarge, let me ask you a question, Sarge. Let me ask you a question. What is she going to take more money and sue the city, Arizona, right now? Huh?
I don't know what she's going to do. I'm not part of her campaign.
It's all a grill. Hey, YouTube, I'm getting ready to cut this off, and you guys can call into the number at 717-908-1834. So I'm going to cut the YouTube stream off now, but you guys can keep talking.
Well, I do